Hi, everyone. My name is Max Margulies. I'm the research director at the Modern War Institute at West Point. I want to welcome you to the fifth annual conference of the All Volunteer Forum. This is an apolitical network of national security experts, military officers, academics, and concerned citizens established to encourage, facilitate, and document a fact-based national dialogue on the fairness, effectiveness, and sustainability of the all volunteer force or lack thereof. The All Volunteer Forum considers this to be an issue that affects not only national security, but also the social fabric of our democracy, and that is something I certainly agree with. I want to very much thank the Catholic University of America, the College of William and Mary, and the Smith Richardson Foundation for generously funding today's event. There is a live stream schedule and participant bios available at www.avfforum.org. I believe there is an additional link at the bottom of the YouTube page. Without any further ado, I'd like to introduce the first speaker for today's event, Elliot Ackerman, who is a former Marine and well-established author and journalist who has written on a number of civil military relations issues. He also has a new book out called 2034 with retired Admiral Stavridis on a speculative fiction about future conflict with China. He's going to give some thoughts on the all volunteer force, and then we'll discuss for a little bit before opening up to audience questions. So really looking forward to the event. Elliot, thanks for joining.
Thanks so much for having me, Max, and thanks so much for hosting me at the All Volunteer Forum. Listening to your introduction right now, I was trying to think how to categorize myself, and I guess I would put myself in the concerned citizen department, and also put myself in the categorization of the individuals who think we should get rid of the all volunteer force and that it has served its purpose. But as the fabric of our democracy comes increasingly under strain, it's important to look at the role the military fulfills in our democracy, or historically in any democracy, and to ask ourselves the question if military service should be only the purview of those individuals who volunteer or elect into it, and what the cost of that is. That has been somewhat of a personal journey for me. When I began my service in the Marine Corps in 2003, I would say I was the quintessential proponent of the all volunteer force, and viewed myself at the tender age of 23 years old as wanting to dedicate my life to the pursuit of being a professional military officer surrounded by other professionals / volunteers. I served as an infantry officer in the Marine Corps, later as a special operations officer, and also as an intelligence officer. And one specific moment where this started to unravel for me was in 2012. I had actually just left the service the year before and was at Arlington National Cemetery attending the funeral of a friend of mine, Gunnery Sergeant John Gifford. He and I served together in the Marine Raider battalions, and he had just been killed in Afghanistan. Sitting in the funeral procession in our cars, I was in the same car as a very old friend of mine. We met when I was a 22-year-old ROTC midshipman, and he was a 25-year-old first lieutenant in Second Force Reconnaissance Company. And he had at that point gone on to become a paramilitary intelligence officer, where he still serves today. I only bring that up because he, and I'll just call him John, was the quintessential professional military man, dedicated his life to the service of arms. The two of us sitting in that car that day were basically having a conversation that was akin to, man, I can't believe Gifford's dead. We've been at it now for 10 years in these wars, which back then seemed like a really, really exceedingly long time. And sitting in the procession of cars in Northern Virginia, we were looking across the Potomac River into Washington, D.C., saying to one another, look at everybody in DC. They've got no idea that Gifford's dead right now. They have no idea that this even happened. And I basically leaned over to my friend, said, well, hey, man, and kind of affecting the gloomy pragmatism that is very much, I think, in style, or was in style at that time among professional warriors. I kind of said, hey, man, it is what it is. And he said, no. He said, you know what? I'm for a draft. And I kind of laughed at him. I said, a draft? I said, could you imagine what it would have been like to have led our rifle platoons if they'd been filled with conscripts, kind of like they'd been in the Vietnam War, or what we imagined that was like? I said, come on, man. And excuse my French. I said, we would have sucked. We wouldn't have been any good. And he looked over at me and said, you know what? I'm not sure we need to be as good at this as we are. So first of all, I would challenge the idea that we are, in fact, as good at this as we think we are. The all volunteer force, if we look at its track record, I would say its track record, meaning in terms of winning wars, I would say has a track record that is not as illustrious as our blend of civilian soldiers and professionals as we've seen over the course of this nation's history, particularly in our largest wars. But furthermore, it really, for the first time, got me thinking seriously about a draft. So if you look back at this country's history, I mean, every war we have ever fought has had to have a construct around the war. And what I mean by a construct is wars need to be paid for. They have always needed to be paid for. Whether they are paid for in the moment or are paid for down the line, the bill always comes due. And the payment is usually, generally speaking, categorized into two tranches: blood, human lives, and treasure, our national resources. So, if you go all the way back to, General Washington before he crossed the Delaware and our revolution, trying to keep the army together for just one more month as their enlistments kept due, sitting there in that winter reading to them Thomas Paine's "These are the times that try men's souls," the Sunshine Patriot. It was a direct appeal for his army to stay together in an absence of treasure to go ahead and fight the British. So you can go forward to the American Civil War. The construct of that war was the first draft we'd ever seen in this nation, coupled with the first income tax to fund the war, up to the Second World War, which we all know was characterized by a mass mobilization, bond drives, and to the Vietnam War, which was characterized probably, I would say, by a very unpopular draft that ultimately played a key role in ending that war, up to our most current wars, which I would generally call the 9/11 wars, which began with a very deliberate construct. They were and have been funded through, by and large, deficit spending and sustained by an all-volunteer military. The result has been a 2 decades long war that the majority of the American people have been, by and large, anesthetized against, meaning if you don't have someone in your family who's volunteered, or you don't have a military tradition that's close to you personally, you don't probably know anyone who's served. And the tax bill is not appearing in your pocketbook each year because we've kicked the financial can down the road and it goes into our national deficit. So we don't feel wars the way we do. So is it any surprise at that point that through 3 successive administrations, eventually into a 4th, we've lacked the political will to end a war? Oftentimes, it is, to include the Vietnam War, it is more difficult to end a war than to begin a war. So all that being said, it's caused me to do a lot of soul searching about, what could a draft look like? And I sort of tongue in cheek call my proposal for a draft, I call, in fact, kind of after Jonathan Swift, a modest proposal, because I wanted to get you thinking. So the first component of the draft is if you look back over the drafts we've had in successive generations, for instance, the Vietnam War is probably the war we most inexorably connect to the draft. Even in that war, about 70% of the people who fought in Vietnam were, in fact, volunteers. The war with an extremely large percentage of draftees was, in fact, the Second World War, which is one that, strangely enough, we don't characterize as frequently with the draft. So even in a war like Vietnam, when the number was 30%, it kind of poses the question is, okay, well, what would a drafted military look like? Could you have a strong national conversation about war and service with a draft that didn't necessarily compromise the efficacy of our all volunteer force. Because it's important to bear in mind, one of the reasons we have the all volunteer force is some of the hard lessons of Vietnam, in which after that war, our military, at least the professionals in the military, was very much in tatters. So is it possible to maintain the effectiveness and professionalism of the US military today while still having a draft? I would posit that it is, because a lot of that gets down to the idea of how large is that conscripted force. If it's 80% of the force, I would say it might be very difficult to maintain our efficacy. What if it's 10%? What if it's 5%? 5% of the force across all services would represent about 65,000 troops, roughly the size of today's Coast Guard. So let's just go with that number, 65,000. Now, one of the great criticisms of the draft during the Vietnam War was also the idea that it drew disproportionately from those of lower socioeconomic classes. That if you could get yourself garner a student deferment or a medical deferment for any reason, there were many, many ways to get out of the draft. And even if you were drafted and found yourself needing to serve, there were a variety of cushy jobs that would be available to those who were well connected, even within the military, postings in the National Guard or posting well outside of combat arms. So I would posit that if someone were to be drafted, that that the draftee spaces would only be open in combat arms, MOS, infantry, tanks, artillery, to avoid such preferential treatment. Also, in the past, that would potentially cause an issue because of male versus female. Today, we don't have that issue because the entirety of the U.S. Armed Forces has been integrated. Then, on a last point, and I always think this is sort of the kicker, the final component of the draft would be that the only individuals eligible for the draft would be those whose families register in the top tax income bracket of the country. And why do I say that? Again, it gets to this point of what is the purpose of the draft in this context? To me, the purpose of this draft is to no longer create situations where the United States can wage war, and particularly our political leaders can wage war with a blank check. So it's not so much even the draft, it's the specter of the draft. And why do I say the highest socioeconomic tax bracket? Frankly, those are the people who give political contributions. Those are the individuals in our society who are the most well-connected and can exert the greatest amount of pressure on politicians to justify the wars that they are wanting to fight. For instance, we all saw the key college scandal of the last couple of years. Well, imagine those families if their children were going to be drafted into a war that some politician was positing sending U.S. troops to fight and die in. The U.S. military, one of the great things the United States military has done in this nation, for this nation, it has been a great engine of social mobility, and it will continue to do so. But it has also in the past been a great societal leveler, and it needs to go back to being a societal leveler when Americans from all walks of life serve. So that being said, Max, I look forward to having a bit of a conversation, but I hope all of you will let that idea rattle around in your head as we think about our current relationship with the U.S. military at, I think, what we can all agree is a particularly politically fraught time in this country's history.
Fantastic. Elliot, it's super interesting for me to hear your kind of personal journey through, as your views on military recruitment have evolved. Before I ask my first question, I do want to just tell everyone that, remind everyone that you can ask questions in the YouTube chat, and I will read them as they come in or as I find a good time to. But as I'm waiting for any audience questions, I want to start with, I guess, this question about the top income bracket only draft, because I think, right, I read this modest proposal as really just an interesting thought experiment. I think it gets to the crux of the issue. I couldn't agree more that there is a problem with that of cost and are people who are politically vulnerable, whether it be through blood or treasure, thinking about that cost of war. To me, this seems like such a difficult thing to actually imagine getting enacted. So I'm wondering if you can say a little bit more about the extent to which you view this as a thought experiment, or how we might actually see that in practice, especially given the low number um, of children from that tax bracket that might be eligible to get enough people actually into the draft.
Well, I think you listen. I posit this as I'm not serious, but I'm also kind of serious type of thing. In so much as any type of, we have to ask ourselves, what you have to begin with the question, what is the problem we're trying to solve? What is the problem that we're trying to solve? Mm-hmm. I would argue the problem that we're trying to solve is that we have created a very unhealthy dynamic in the way the United States wages war. And it's one that can frequently put our country into positions of moral hazard. In so much as we've created a dynamic by which our it's very easy for our politicians to sustain wars and begin wars. Now, I would argue if the United States went to war with a peer level competitor like China, the current construct probably wouldn't hold up. It would become too expensive in terms of min and material. However, what is very dangerous is in the last 20 years, America's relationship to war has become somewhat dysfunctional because I would posit the everyday American sort of thinks as war as being, well, it's something that sort of happens over here. It never really affects me. If the 1st Marine Division wanders into Syria, what does that really matter? My life's going to go on as it's always gone on. And that is a great way to sleepwalk into a war. So I personally believe that citizenship is a responsibility. It comes with a great deal of cost. A republic can only sustain itself if it has an informed and engaged citizenry. And in the matters of war and peace, we have allowed the incentives structure in this country to bleed over in such a way where citizens are no longer incented to pay attention to these. So how do we get the American people, once again, paying attention to the critical issues of war and peace? Not only that, and how do we get the right, and I only mean right, meaning the ones you need to be paying attention to these things the most, which is sort of our class of elites. And our class of elites, more than any other class in this country, are the ones that have opted out of military service. So whether that's through a top income tax bracket, because my concern is that if you were to enact a draft, I think we all know, past his prologue, that the most well-connected people in this country would absolutely figure out ways to make sure their children were never drafted. And then that burden would fall on people of a lower socioeconomic status who frankly aren't even the ones who you necessarily need to start paying attention again, because they are not the ones whose hands are most firmly on the levers of power in this country.
Well, I definitely agree that we need to be thinking about ways to get people paying attention more, and I'd like to come back to that later. But now I see Judd C has a question in the chat that is pretty similar to one that I had in my queue. So he asks, how would you respond to concerns about professionalism? And I'll just tie that into something that you said earlier that really piqued my interest, which was this idea about would a draft make us as good as we need to be for the kinds of conflicts that we need to fight? I think that's related to what Judd is asking.
Sure. I think if you look at the history of this country, let's talk about the wars we've unequivocally won that were major wars. Draftees played a central role in all of those. If you look at actually the track record of the all-volunteer military, it's not that good. So I'm just stating facts. I mean, outside of Desert Storm, which I would argue is, Second World War, unequivocally, we won that war. P-War, draftees played a huge component of that war. First World War, so all of our biggest wars. And I would argue that with an all-volunteer military as it's organized now, we become susceptible to fighting needless wars because the barrier of entry into a war is very, very low. So I would challenge that. Let me listen, maybe at the tactical level, are you going to be better? Are you doing your fire team rushes? And is everyone going to hoorah a little louder when they're not conscripted? Yeah, maybe. But I would argue that at the strategic level, the level of policymakers and general officers, that the all-volunteer military makes us strategically not as strong. And one of the challenges, listen, I think a lot of our wars these days, we are engaging in late empire behavior. Look back in history. Go back to Athens when they began to outsource their military service to the Delian League. Go back to Rome when they began to outsource the legions to the provinces. When nations start outsourcing their military service to other cultures, or in our case, to another subculture, which is the modern United States professional military, which I think we can all agree is a subculture apart from broader American culture, that is what I would characterize as late empire behavior. And historically, it has never ended well.
So I'd like to push back a little bit on on this idea of the track record, because my my first thought is World War II is such an outlier. World War One is an outlier. For the kinds of threats that we might need to face. And granted, I agree that we probably deploy the military more often than we need to, and that we should really only view it as a tool of last resort for vital national security interests. Um, I mean, does your answer change if we think about whether threats are going to come more from peer competitors and major land warfare along the lines of World War II, or counterinsurgency and counterterror operations?
No, because my views are that the last 20 years in Afghanistan have not been something that has been net positive for the United States of America. That our war in Iraq is not something that has been net positive for the United States of America. So, um, listen, I've been on all the raids. I've seen how professional we are. We can get in and out of target. It's great. Should we even be doing it? Is a broader question. And my concern is that, again, let me look at, this goes back to Vietnam. If you've ever read the book A Bright Shining Light by John Paul Van, or about John Paul Van, one of the great lines in that book is, the problem with Vietnam wasn't that we fought a 7-year war. It was that we fought 7 1-year wars. It's the fundamental construct of this is unhealthy in a democracy, and that we should not be waging these types of wars, and that an all volunteer military makes us much more likely to wage them, and frankly to lose them, because I don't think you can say with a straight face that we won the war in Iraq or we won the war in Afghanistan.
Right. I think you're right that there's little, the last 2 decades of war have not given us a lot of reason to be confident in the ability in our ability to achieve the kinds of goals that we want to, in the kinds of wars that we're fighting, and should definitely make us think about whether those are wars worth fighting. Although I'll save our my thoughts on whether the draft is the best way to do that for later. I'm wondering, I'd like to, shelving this issue of effectiveness of the volunteer force, I want to ask about something else that I know you care a lot about, which is this kind of effect on civilian society and civil military relations. What would you say to somebody who would be concerned about whether the creation of a two-tier system in the military of citizenship obligations, where you have especially a large portion of the force, 95%, as you suggested, serving as volunteers, and then a very small proportion as draftees?
I don't think it hasn't been an issue in the past. I mean, first of all, I don't think anyone would be treated any differently. For instance, I served in the Marine Corps. I had individuals in my platoon who weren't U.S. citizens, and they were in no way treated differently. The term of enlistment, and oh, by the way, if you look at many, the careers of many exemplary professional military officers, they came in as draftees and decided to stick around. So this is, I don't know, it's not something that's been a large issue in the past. I think the military has certainly shown in recent years its remarkable ability to shift and to adapt and to integrate women, to, when there was the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell, totally seamless. So, I mean, this to me seems like an even lower bar than all of those. So I wouldn't have any major concerns. And we've done it before, and there's a real history of it in this country. I mean, go back to Lexington and Concord, right? This is what this country was founded on.
So I'd like to, since it sounds like, going back to the effectiveness issue, you're thinking about a kind of really narrowing in on what is a national security issue, thinking about the military as primarily a deterrent force that would also be effective in the event of major conflict. Uh, I recently read Amy Rutenberg's book Rough Draft, which I thought was a really great take on, very well researched take on the origins of the post World War II selective service system and its purposes. And I think she does a really good job of demonstrating that a large portion of the draft was, or one of the primary purposes was to not only to incentivize draft motivated volunteers, but also this idea of manpower channeling. So the idea that you know to help us fight the Cold War, we realized we would also need to get a certain advantages in STEM fields and strategic studies in the civilian sector, and so exemptions and deferments were very explicitly designed around channeling people into civilian fields that were important for national security. Um, does that, how would you suggest balancing kind of this role of a draft that could help us for, you know, deterring and preparing for major future conflict with the cost element of preferring people to be only in the combat arm, drafted into combat arms?
I think it depends. I've not read her book, but I think what you're getting at depends on what the scope is of the draft. I mean, a Cold War draft is far more expansive. I think there's lots of very great conversations that are going on right now about what national public service could look like. The expansion of benefits like the GI Bill for people who engage in non-military public service. I think that's all great. But I think one of the reasons I propose a more narrow draft is I think it is less the draft itself and those bodies entering in uniform that get you the result. It is more the specter of the draft that gets you the engagement that our society needs right now. I also think it's important to recognize that the, the draft is not the aberration. The aberration is what we have now, which is a very large all volunteer military in a republic in which the politics within the republic are completely dysfunctional. Look back in history, that has never ended well, and we as a nation, this is the first time we're in that position. Now we haven't always had a draft. We have also never had a military that is as large as it is right now. So those things coupled together, I believe, are very dangerous and leave me concerned.
So I'm glad that you clarified that the what's the aberration is the size of the military combined with the volunteer nature of it, rather than the draft itself, which has been more the exception than the rule in American
In 19,
history.
in 1938, the U.S. military was the 19th largest in the world, right behind Portugal. So I think that's important to put into context to where we are right now.
Yeah. So to me, that suggests that it's not just the draft, but the size of the military. Something, as somebody who, as everybody can probably infer now, is a little more skeptical of the idea that a draft can be restraining. Um, I'm going to ask a two-part question, and then I'll go to a question that I see in the chat after you have a chance to respond, which is, um, the how would you address concerns about the fairness of forcing people into the military, especially if it's based on income bracket, which isn't even something that they have control about, at least for the age that we're talking about. But also, what are some, I in my research, I found that the evidence that a draft really has a restraining effect is very limited. And if we think about the Vietnam War, where, as you noted, 25% or thereabout of the force was drafted. I mean, that's an unpopular war that continued for a long time with that much of the force being drafted. So how do you see the specter of the draft having the effect that you would like to see, despite it being apply to an even smaller number of people?
I think history is riddled with showing. I mean, I think the Bourbon families and the Romanovs would take issue with believing that a conscripted military and the costs of war don't restrain power. I mean, history is just riddled with regimes that have fallen because they have engaged in foolish wars that have become too expensive in men and material. The Bourbon family, I'm obviously referring to the French Revolution, 1789, that comes on the heels of French investment in our revolution in the 7 Years' War, where basically France is bankrupt, and obviously the Romanov family, which the First World War just finally brings down the Romanovs in Russia. So I mean, you can point to other examples. So how is war constraining? If you enter into a war and it becomes too costly, it will bring down countries. This has happened throughout history. So how does a draft become constraining? I think when political leaders believe that they can wage war with a very, very low political cost, it's extremely dangerous, and it causes a nation to enter into wars that they can't get out of. What most concerns me is you have an entire generation of political leaders who are being raised right now who A, have never served in the military, and B, have, oh, war, yeah, that's what those nice guys up at West Point do for us in Iraq and Afghanistan, and it doesn't cost much at all. We put it on the national credit card, and we just, we make sure to applaud them at professional sporting events and let them get on the plane first, and we're good. And I'm not saying that to be glib, but I am concerned about that. And so when we start getting into, if we wind up staring down a crisis, for instance, like China moves on Taiwan, and our conception of war is Iraq and Afghanistan, that's a fantastic way for a nation like ours to get in way, way over its head extremely quickly. And that is very dangerous. And furthermore, with how do you square with fairness and citizenship? Listen, I think a lot of times it comes down to what your conception of citizenship is. And I have concerns that our conception of citizenship has really drifted in this country, particularly as it pertains to issues of war and peace. Like, to give you an anecdote, since coming back from my own wars, um, on many occasions that actually surprised me, frankly, very well-meaning people would maybe come up to me. I'd be at a cocktail party or at a dinner, and with totally non-malicious intent, would just ask me like, "Oh, you served in Iraq?" And say, "You know, did you have to kill anyone over there?" And I was always surprised. I was a little surprised that they would ask that. And again, these aren't like, I'm not saying these are like malicious people. They're just that curiosity, and then I think not this unawareness that that's a little bit of a basic question. And I never really knew how to answer. And eventually, the answer I've settled on is I say, "Well, if I did, you paid me to do it." And when I say that to people now, it's so jarring to them. They can't get their mind around it. But guess what? You did. I mean, granted, you probably paid me in a deficit. It's more accurate to say probably your grandchildren paid me to do it, because that bill's not going to come due for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
But this connection to like, hey, we're all in this. Like, I was wearing the flag of our country on my shoulder when I was overseas. And we have slid so far away from that, that I find it concerning. And so for our republic to remain healthy, if we're fighting wars, people need to be engaged in those wars, because what we're doing now enters us into a universe where, again, we can sleepwalk into a major war, and the low grade wars we're fighting, I think we're fighting with a high degree of moral hazard. That's why so many Americans, I think, often are shocked when they go overseas. Why do people dislike us so much in the Middle East? I lived in Istanbul for a number of years, have many Turkish friends, and from their perspective, they perceive America very, very differently than we do back home. And the divergence of those two views is not surprising.
I'm struck by some of the examples you gave for drafting and restraint, because most of them to me were more built around this idea of cost and financial cost, even since the Bourbons, of course, were I always think about that more as the financial treasure spent, and of course the levee en masse doesn't happen until after the fall. You also mentioned paying with credit cards, debt, grandchildren paying, which all to me indicates that the financial element of getting people involved might be at least as important, if not more important, than a draft itself. And so I'm wondering, given um, possibly reasonable concerns about the effectiveness or fairness of a draft army, are there other ways that you can that you might suggest getting that we can get people more engaged, other than cost, other than draft?
Um, well, I think the most effective ways are draft and war text.
Yeah.
Uh, listen, I work as I'm a writer. I write novels. I'm engaged. I talk about war and the arts, and that's all great. Um, there aren't enough movies. There aren't enough books that are really going to make people care. People care. People behave according to their incentive structures.
Hmm.
And so I think everything else is good, but I think ultimately it is kind of window dressing. It's the equivalent of people, yes, going to see a movie or a great book comes out and everybody reads it. But I think unless people have skin in the game, they're not going to care. And that's not because they're bad people. It's because they just have no incentive to care. And you have to create incentives for people to care because for any republic to exist and to remain healthy, people have to have skin in the game as citizens. And that's not just in war, that's in anything. It's in all of our civics.
Well, I definitely take that point. Let's move. We have two questions. I know Roberto Mann has been waiting for a while, and it looks like his question is asking for, let's assume that let's start thinking about the nuts and bolts about how we might implement a draft. So he wants to know, what would be the allocation of draftees to each branch, and how long are their obligations? Would draftees be placed in any moderate to long training pipeline in your modest proposal?
And my modest proposal would be like a two-year enlistment, which was the prior draftee period several decades ago, and within combat arms. I'm sure certain that the services could create various options where if somebody wanted to opt into a longer train, it was drafted, but then wanted to opt into a longer training program, they could extend the period of their draft, and with the extension of that, be offered the more significant training. But I think the most important aspects of this modest proposal are to have individuals enter the service and serve in meaningful ways, not in ways where they are checking the box of their service, but in no way placed into a challenging role.
Got it. It looks like Judson has another question. I think we've maybe touched on this a bit, but I think he's being a little more eloquent than I was. So rough math, we're talking about annually 137,000 eligible and qualified 18-year-olds out of 4.5 million. Would there be a risk of causing cynicism or isolating elitism for those subject to a draft?
Cynicism and elitism because they would be coming from the top income tax bracket.
Right, and I'm kind of imagining, based on some of my earlier questions, that that's such a small portion of those who are eligible. So might that create resentment among the
Right, sort of like a lot. Well, I would imagine you would probably have some type of a lottery system like we've had in the past. The
Mhm.
I'm listen. I'm sure many people would have opinions of this. And I think one of the great things would be that you would see lots of pressure of, okay, now we have people getting drafted. So wait. I'm sorry. So I heard something about we're not sending troops to Syria. I didn't pay attention before, but now I'm paying attention. And wait, where are those guys going in the on the Korean Peninsula? Because I'm worried my kid's going to wind up there. Um, so one man's cynicism is another man's engagement, and I think it would cause lots of engagement.
What about, so something that's been in the news a lot, at least in the at least in the army circles that I follow most closely, are physical fitness tests and standards. I think I'd be interested to get your take on how we might want to, if we might want to, and how adjust physical standards for joining the military, mental standards. Do you see, in order to make this draft more fair, would that be do you have any ideas about that?
I myself am concerned about the slippage of standards in the U.S. military, and I think it speaks to the to where the body politic is right now, that so few people
Hmm.
are ready for military service. That's not something anyone even thinks of. Whereas I think subsequent generations, there was a sense that, well, this is on the horizon, so you maybe should think about playing a sport in high school or going for a jog every now and again, because this is something that you're going to have to deal with. So I'm concerned about physical standards, not only as they apply to the military, but also to what it sort of speaks about to the generation coming up and their general well-being. So yes, I have those concerns. I don't know that slipping standards mentally and physically is the right response to those concerns.
So I think a lot of people might, I think a lot of people would simultaneously agree that a disconcerting portion of the American population is not physically fit for military service. But I think similarly, a large number of people might also agree that it's not about slipping standards, but about making standards that are more fair and and reflect the demands of conflict today. Do you um, do you have any thoughts about that?
Well, I don't think that saying, hey, you used to have to be able to run 2 miles in 24 minutes and now you can run it in 30 minutes is fair. I don't know where fairness comes into that. Like, standards are standards. And the idea
Mhm.
that if you can't meet the standard itself is unfair. Sorry, it's just sort of, maybe I'm old fashioned. That's just anathema to the way I think. Like, hey, 2 miles is 2 miles and you got to cover it in a certain amount of time. With regards to the changing nature of warfare,
Yeah.
um, you know, Clausewitz said in On War that war is slaughter. And my experience of war is ultimately that's what it always devolves into at the end of the day. So, yes, you might be operating an unarmed aerial vehicle. Yes, you might have a job that doesn't seem as though it's necessarily as focused on ground combat. But at the end of the day, like, that is what war is. It's what it always will be. And if we are ever engaged in a truly high intensity war with a peer level competitor, I'll bet you a nickel that it goes back to its true nature, which is slaughter.
All right. We are almost out of time. Ellie, do you have anything else that you would like to close with in terms of, uh, you know, any unforeseen challenges that we haven't addressed, or any other kind of last minute appeals for engagement?
No, but I hope we don't end on that jolly note about war being slaughter.
Yes. I was thinking that as well. But I think that, I mean, I definitely take the view. I tend to take more of a view of, you know, more distinctive standards for different, based on MOS or job, and so that, that person who is much less likely to be kind of on the front lines might be able to pilot that drone from home territory. To me, that person, or working on cyber defenses from DC, that person doesn't necessarily need to be as physically fit as Marine and infantrymen. And so,
I would agree with that.
yeah.
I agree with that. I mean, you don't have to pass, selection if you're going to be. But we already do that. You don't have to pass selection if you want to be a drone operator. I just hope you can, you know, I don't know, jog a 9 minute mile and do one or two of those. Probably good for your health too.
Yeah. So what about, okay, we do have a minute or two left then. What about kind of other, discipline or appearance standards to get more people in, more people, because I'm sure you would also be happy if just a more broader portion of the population were volunteering even. So are there things that we can do to adjust kind of cultural expectations within the military to allow more people to serve in positions um, that might have just different requirements?
Yeah, I mean, sure, but I think at the same time, listen, if you're like, hey, I would serve in the military, but there's no way I was going to serve in the military, but I didn't want to get rid of my tongue piercing. I mean, well, maybe the military wasn't for you after all. I mean, listen, you have to balance these things. Um,
Hmm.
I remember a number of years ago, one of the big controversies sweeping the Marine Corps was no more below the elbow tattoos, and they made everyone to get rid of those. I mean, did I think that That was, come on, we're a naval service. Let guys have their tattoos. Really but should we have face tattoos? I mean, I don't know. I don't think these are the people are going to figure that out. I don't think those are the central, really issues. I think the central issues are we have a military and a body politic that are just increasingly going like this, and we have politics that are getting ever more dysfunctional at home. We have seen the FBI has been politicized, the CIA has been politicized, everything the news is politicized. What happens when the military gets politicized? It'll make January 6th look like a warm-up act.
Well, still a disconcerting note to end on, but slightly less bloody. So I thank you for encouraging me to push on and end on a slightly more optimistic note. But thank you so much. This has been a really enjoyable conversation for me. It's always great to challenge my ideas and think about alternative ways to solve problems that I think we all agree are serious problems. So with that, I'll sign off. I think is our next event starting right away. So
thank you, Matt.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Bye, everyone.
We actually back? Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome back from the break. My name is Dr. Lindsay Kahn, and I will be moderating this panel on the state of the all-volunteer force. We are welcoming today retired Major General Leach of the U.S. Army, Dr. William Taylor from Angelo State University, and Philip Carter from, are you at Georgetown now, Phil?
Anyway.
Yes.
Good.
So what I will do is give each of our panelists a few minutes to make their opening statements, and then I will ask some questions of all of the panelists, and then we'll get into a conversation which will last probably about 20 minutes. And then I will be monitoring the YouTube chat and open it up to questions from all of you. So General H, if you would please start us off.
Thank you. 48 years ago in 1973, two decisions were made in our nation's capital that impacted the social fabric of our republic. One of those decisions has been litigated, debated, and challenged regularly. The other has never been rigorously examined or challenged. The first decision came from the Supreme Court in Roe versus Wade legalizing abortion. The other decision came from Congress to move to an all-volunteer force model of manning our military and abandoning conscription. As a result of the AVF decision, 330 million Americans lay claim to rights, liberties, and freedoms that not a single one of them are obligated to protect and defend. The task of defending the nation falls to a small segment of the population that is not racially, geographically, or socioeconomically representative of the broader population. This represents a threat not only to our national security, but also to the social fabric of our democracy. The issue of how to man a nation's military is not new. Writers, politicians, and pundits often invoke the wisdom of our founding fathers. General George Washington, perhaps the most respected of those founding fathers, said in his 1783, and I quote, "It may be laid down as the primary position and the basis of our system that every citizen who enjoys the protection of a free government owes not only a portion of his property, but even of his personal services to the defense of it." The AVF model is clearly at odds with General Washington's counsel. I would argue for a fact-based national dialogue on whether the all-volunteer force is working and will work in the future. This might center on the fairness, efficiency, and sustainability of the all-volunteer force model, and also ask the question of whether it contributes to the civil-military gap and the militarization of U.S. foreign policy. I look forward to the dialogue today, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir. Phil.
Thanks, Lindsay, and thanks so much for being a part of this discussion this morning. When I think about the all-volunteer forces approaches its 50th birthday and the time when it will get a card from the AARP, I think back to the Gates Commission report in 1970 a bit, and some of the issues that that commission flagged are still very much in play today. So they talked a lot about representativeness of the force, and it was one of their worries. At the time, in 1970, they were more concerned with the racial politics of the day, but we see now that the powerful self-selection dynamics of the all-volunteer force have made it less representative of society as a whole in a variety of dimensions. It doesn't quite look like America in racial terms. It certainly doesn't look like America in gender terms. So we almost had a cat to read there. Certainly, if you look at geography, religion, and other demographic characteristics, AVF doesn't look like America, but it looks like a slice of America. And so I think that's a question, and it leads to the ultimate question that's been around again for 5 decades of who serves when not all serve. I think second is the question of what does the AVF feel after 20 years of war? And that burden has been borne primarily, I would argue, by the Army and the Marine Corps, primarily by the active component, but not exclusively. At the height of the Iraq War in 2004 and 5, there were almost as many reservists in Iraq as there were active component soldiers. It's also brought on the scene a very large contractor component to the US military, which again, at the height of the Iraq War, there were as many contractors, US and third country nationals, Iraqi nationals, as there were US service members on the ground. So there's a question about, what's the right blend of the force? Is it all active? Is it all reserve? Is it something blended? And what does that look like? And then third are the sort of broader sort of policy questions that I think emerge from the effects of the war and the effects of having this self-selected, long service, professionalized force relating to cost and essentially what's our social contract with those who serve? Do we owe them lifetime free healthcare through the VA? Do we owe them something different than the 20-year cliff retirement pension, which had been the norm but is now eroding to look more like a defined contribution system akin to the civilian world? And what is the broader package of benefits that we offer to veterans after they serve around hiring, contracting preferences, and all these other ways that we reward veterans? I think with the idea that we incentivize service, but also with the idea that we might compensate folks for lost time in the workforce or what they've done. But I don't think we've ever rationalized all those things, and maybe 50 is the time to start. So just some musings on a Wednesday morning, Lindsay, and look forward to this discussion.
Thank you, Phil. Dr. Taylor.
Well, thank you, Lindsay, for the introduction, and thank you to you all, my fellow panelists, for being here today, and also to the audience for participating in this conversation. So I really look forward to it. My colleagues have done an exceptional job considering the current state of the AVF. I'd like to take the next 5 minutes or so and connect the discussions of the current state of the AVF that we will hear throughout today to the historical context from whence it came. In doing so, I hope to illuminate the many concerns regarding the AVF that you will hear today have been with the AVF since its very inception. The only problem is that they were largely ignored at that time. President Richard M. Nixon made concluding the war in Vietnam generally and ending the draft specifically major portions of his 1968 presidential campaign. Once in office, President Nixon formed the Commission on an All-Volunteer Armed Force, colloquially known as the Gates Commission after its chair, Thomas S. Gates, Jr. Nixon subsequently charged the Gates Commission with determining the best way to end the draft, not to decide whether or not to end it. The Gates Commission also addressed what it perceived were the major objections to the AVF at that time, although it ultimately discounted them as not realistic. As we will see throughout today, such an approach ensured that the AVF would be born without fully considering significant challenges that time would only exacerbate. These objections were that an AVF, quote, will become isolated from society and threaten civilian control, that isolation and alienation will erode civilian respect for the military and hence dilute its quality, that an AVF will not be representative of the American society, either racially or economically, and then an AVF will lead to a decline in patriotism or in popular concern about foreign policy, and then an AVF will encourage military adventurism, end quote. As a bulwark against these concerns, the Gates Commission conceded that the maintenance of a standby draft was essential to mobilize for either large or lengthy wars in the future, something like the endless wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Finally, the Gates Commission argued that public opposition to increased taxation to pay for the AVF's deployment would be a much stronger hedge against militarism than public resistance to compulsion to maintain the draft, something that has not been borne out. Therefore, the Gates Commission argued that the public debate over raising taxes to pay for the AVF would be a far stronger check on military adventurism than the anticipated rigorous public debate generated by increased force levels. This dynamic has not been the case, however, as little public debate emerged over the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, with even less still regarding their extremely high cost, which has granted policymakers carte blanche in terms of deploying the AVF in an endless manner. Gates Commission also assumed that significant increased deployment, either in numbers or in length of time, would trigger the standby draft and thereby foster increased public debate. The Gates Commission could not envision, however, that the AVF might be used long-term in large numbers in both Iraq and Afghanistan without ever triggering the draft, thereby escaping the very public debate that the Gates Commission argued would occur. The implications were momentous. Military service was no longer a universal obligation, but rather a voluntary choice by an extremely small segment of society, currently only 0.5%. To a large degree, the implications of the Gates Commission would go unnoticed for the better part of the next 30 years, without either large or lengthy military conflicts during that interval, the AVF continued to function without garnering serious criticism. The challenges first understood, yet wholly ignored by the Gates Commission, however, surfaced at the turn of the 21st century. Therefore, both the most massive scope of personnel involved in long-term military operations in Iraq and Afghanistan, and the deployment of far more private security contractors in the first 2 decades of the 21st century have placed military service back in the spotlight. The issues discussed today suggest a unique way to evaluate the all-volunteer force. That approach is to consider the many trends of U.S. military service that have led to it, and to ponder the significant challenges that now exist within it. Some of these changes have been positive, such as greatly expanded opportunities for minorities and women. Others, such as the recent drift toward private security contractors, as one offset for the lack of available service members to U.S. commitments, portend troubling consequences if continued or expanded. The time has come to consider the reasons why the Gates Commission was formed, what it identified as the major challenges of the AVF at the very time that it created it, and consider the applicability of these cogent critiques today. In doing so, several things become painfully clear. First, the move toward the AVF was a political one. Second, the Gates Commission created the AVF knowing full well it could lead to any or all of these 5 major challenges, including a civil-military gap, a decrease in military effectiveness, a force that is not representative of American society, public apathy of military matters, and militarization of foreign policy, a situation that I would attest largely exists today. Potential problems that the Gates Commission considered, yet brusquely dismissed, are most relevant to today's AVF and should spur serious and rigorous dialogue about the many challenges the AVF faces today and into the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor, and all of the panelists. I would also like to note Dr. Jim Golby was supposed to be with us today. He could not join us, so I will occasionally be stepping in to make some points that I think he might make based on his research. So I will be moderating, but also occasionally putting in a point or two. So you have all laid out some very, very important and interesting reasons for why we should consider the health of the all-volunteer force today, why we should consider its history and its development and its effects. But I would like to pose a question to each of you, and we'll, if you don't mind, go in the order that you just went. And my first question is, compared to what? So General Leitch, for example, you mentioned General Washington's aspirational statement about the relationship between citizenship and obligation. And that has been a running theme in American rhetoric for a very long time, but it has never actually been the reality. We have never had actual universal service obligation. And even when we were relying primarily on state militia systems, those militia systems were essentially volunteer. And so I wonder about that issue. And then Phil, you mentioned several of you mentioned the idea that the all-volunteer force is not perfectly representative, which of course it's not perfectly representative, but I would note that in many ways that we think matter, for example, race and ethnicity, socioeconomic status, etc., the current all-volunteer force is actually more representative than any force we have ever had in the nation's history. So compared to what? What is the ideal? What is the ideal force? What does it look like? What is the ideal state of how we generate manpower? And who is, to answer Phil's question, who serves when not all serve? What's the ideal? I would really like to hear your thoughts on that. We'll start with General Leitch.
First of all, you could argue that it's not an all-volunteer force, it's an all-recruited force, incented in unprecedented ways and disproportionately to the lower socioeconomic classes. The fact is that in 2007, I focus on the Army because that's where my experience is. But in 2007, when we were at the height of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, 70% of those who enlisted received a bonus of $17,000, which is disproportionately attractive to the third and fourth socioeconomic classes and irrelevant to the first socioeconomic class. So first of all, in terms of definition, it's an all recruited force. And I would be more inclined to call it an all volunteer force if we do away with the enlistment bonuses that range up to $40,000 today, which materially affect a young man or woman's life depending upon their socioeconomic status. In terms of compared to what, I offer the criterion in my book of fairness, efficiency, and sustainability, and also the contribution to the civil military gap and the militarization of U.S. foreign policy. I don't think the draft today or the method of manning the force today is particularly fair when the third and fourth socioeconomic quintiles are so disproportionately represented, and the first socioeconomic quintile is AWOL. You know, Elliot spoke to this earlier in the agenda, but I would offer those 5 criterion as compared to what? Compared to fairness, efficiency, and sustainability.
Thank you, sir. Phil?
It's a great question, Lindsay, and I think as compared to what is hard because there's no comparable moment in U.S. history. And I think in particular around the choice between manned and unmanned systems, that as compared to what now might be sort of on one end of the spectrum, the human-centric force we have now, on the other end, it could be contractor-centric and machine-centric. And that may be where we're going because some of these questions may be harder to solve than simply reducing the level of manning within the force. I do want to take exception to something that General H just said, though, regarding the quality of the force and where it draws from. The Center for Naval Analyses puts out an annual report on population representation within the services. It's drawn from a wealth of OSD data, and it shows pretty conclusively that today's military is drawn overwhelmingly from the middle 3 quintiles of American society, the middle class. And there are good reasons for this. The self-selection dynamic tend to exclude the very wealthy who choose not to serve, and it tends to exclude through application of entry criteria the lowest quintile who often don't qualify for reasons of educational attainment, criminal justice system involvement, or other issues. And there are some deeply rooted structural issues we should address there because we ought not necessarily exclude all those people, and we might be replicating structural barriers in doing so. But you know, it's a middle class force. Those economic benefits that he describes don't operate the way that he describes. What they do is they incentivize people to join, rightly so for reasons of economic opportunity. And you know, the data is particularly persuasive when you look at Air Force recruiting and Navy recruiting and how high they are able to rise in the talent measures because of the use of those economic incentives. Things like the GI Bill, benefits like the enlistment and re-enlistment bonuses he described are what enable the military to recruit high talent people to compete with community colleges and 4-year colleges and to keep talented people over the course of longer terms of enlistment that are necessary to man, or rather fill, I shouldn't use the gender term there, an all volunteer force of the caliber we have. So when I think about as compared to what, I actually disagree with the premise that our AVF is that bad. I think it is actually, it's got some issues, but it is probably one of the better models of any country in the world right now for developing and fielding a military. And I think that it's performing relatively well, notwithstanding some major policy failures during the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, such as a failure to enlarge the size of the force when the circumstances warranted. I think it's doing pretty well. And I think what we ought to do now is think about how to fix certain issues like representativeness or compensation or long-term benefits, but I don't think we should fundamentally change the model.
Great, thank you, Phil. Dr. Taylor.
Yeah, thank you, Lindsay. It's an excellent question. I've really enjoyed hearing my fellow colleagues talk about it. And what I would do in terms of the state of the AVF compared to what, I would compare it to how it was intended to work when it was created. So I want to expand a little bit on some of my opening remarks and go back to the Gates Commission and just consider for a moment the way in which it was created by advocates of the AVF who are very invested and very supportive of it. And so they looked at really, as I mentioned, not whether or not to end the draft, but the best way to do so. That was their specific tasking from President Nixon. And so they looked at two things, feasibility and desirability. And I think these are really pertinent questions today. I think we'll hear a lot of discussion around the idea of feasibility for them becomes sustainability for us, question of sustainability of the AVF moving forward, and then also desirability. And this really reaches out to some of the questions that we've touched about. What are some of the ways we could perhaps improve the AVF, or what are some of the challenges that exist within it? So the AVF supported by an effective standby draft. I think that's an important question and an important point that gets lost in a lot of the conversation, that it was never intended as an either or scenario, that the Gates Commission and the Nixon administration considered the AVF to be the force that would exist in peacetime, and that if there were large wars or lengthy wars, that then this standby draft would allow the expansion of the force to levels that were required. So those were the two criteria, large and lengthy conflicts. And then really the increased deployment of the AVF over the past 20 years brings that into question, that the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, I think by either criteria, if you look at the size of the deployments, several 100,000 members at various points in time, when the Gates Commission was debating this, there were only 300,000 service members in the Vietnam War. So it's not too far afield from that comparison. So I think it meets the criteria of large wars. I think it also meets the criteria for lengthy wars, because obviously Afghanistan has now become the lengthiest conflict in US history. So I would go back to the start and just reintroduce that idea that instead of perhaps an either or scenario, many of the strongest advocates of the AVF at the creation also acknowledged that some type of standby effective draft would be triggered. Now, we still have that in effect. I mean, that exists. We just don't use it. We didn't use it in Iraq and Afghanistan, which I would argue is not the way the AVF was designed to operate. And it triggers some of these additional questions about private security contractors and the privatization of force, about stop loss and forcing service members to stay in even once they've fulfilled their commitments, about incentivized recruiting and things like that. And just anecdotally, I'd add one last point. It's often for people of a certain age who are of the age of military service members, they've grown up with the AVF as the only military service paradigm that they've ever seen. And so I think it's easy for people to think of military service as a static concept. And I would argue that if you take a broader view of military history and US history, that it's a very mutable concept. And one example of this is the last actually continuously serving draftee only retired in the fall of 2014. And so it's easy to think that the draft was some long time ago, but this Chief Warrant Officer 5 retired in the fall of 2014. And so the legacy is still there greatly with us. And I think that's how I would compare it, is I would go back to its creation and really think about the intent. And then that might spur some dialogue about where we are today. So thank you.
Great. No, these are excellent responses.
And
I'm really
Lindsay,
glad. Oh, sorry. Yes, Seb, go ahead.
May I go back to a couple of points Phil made?
Mm-hmm.
The first one is that I think fundamentally, if my arithmetic is correct, we agree that on the distribution, the only place it seems we disagree is in the second socioeconomic quintile. We would agree. I say that it's a third and fourth, and Phil says it's the second, third, and fourth. So we have a basically an overlap there. The second one that I don't have a problem with the re-enlistment bonuses. I think we're paying for skill sets that are highly valuable, but it's the enlistment bonuses that I'm concerned with. And the third one is that I understood the one problem we had with the all volunteer force is that at the height of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, we didn't have a large enough force. Well, the reason we didn't have a large enough force is that not enough people volunteered. So we ran into more war than we had warriors, and lapsed into a lot of changes in policies like repeat deployments, reduced dwell time, use of prescription psychotropic drugs, and other things to include stop loss. that created some problems for the execution of the wars. But I just want to clarify a few points.
So I appreciate the clarification. I think that's inaccurate with respect to the size of the force. We didn't have a larger force because then Secretary Rumsfeld and then Undersecretary David Chu made a policy decision not to enlarge the force based on their framing of the war and their desire to fight a light footprint short war in Iraq. And it was only after years of bludgeoning by congressional oversight committees and appropriations committees that they agreed 5 years into those wars to enlarge the size of the Army and the Marine Corps. That I would argue is the original sin of military manpower during the post 9/11 wars. From that flows all other decisions to admit soldiers with waivers, to employ stop loss, to overmobilize the Guard and Reserve. But it was that decision, and I don't want to get too academic, but they failed the Clausewitzian test of visualizing the conflict. They then failed to create the right military policy for the U.S. And because of that, the manpower chiefs of the services were left scrambling from 2001 forward.
Yeah, thank you both. I think this is a really good conversation, and we will continue with it. I do just want to, I have a couple of visuals that might help us think about what we're hearing. So let me just share my screen really quickly. So to the point that both General Leitch and Phil have been talking about, this is somewhat older data, but my understanding is that it has not changed very much. In fact, it stays fairly stable and has done since the 1990s. And so as you can see, they are both correct to a certain extent. The richest quintile is underrepresented. Of course, if they were perfectly representative, they'd all be at 20%. The poorest quintile is also underrepresented, as we know that many in the poorest quintile cannot qualify for military service, either for health or educational reasons. And then the three in the middle are sort of where it's at. And this, I hope you note, is enlisted. The officer corps tends obviously to skew a little bit higher, still not the top quintile by any means. But it is important to recognize that, at least in terms of socioeconomic status, we are not relying on an army of the poor. That's a sort of mischaracterization at this point. It used to be true. The other thing that I would like to share is just to sort of visualize some of the things that Dr. Taylor has been talking about. For example, this is the percentage of the population that was under arms at any given time. And what we are talking about here is sort of the huge difference that we see in the post-World War II period compared to the whole first 150 years or so of US existence. And what we see here is spikes every time there is a major war. But you also see there are tiny, tiny little spikes for smaller wars. And I think it's important for us to recognize that what our panelists are bringing up is a complex issue. It's not just who serves when not all serves, although that is an extremely important question. It's what do we want them to do? And how many people do we need to do that? And as Phil pointed out, that is a political question. There is no sort of objective military reasoning for how many people you need to do a certain type of operation or mission. So anyway, I thought I would put that out there just to kind of contextualize things for us. And I would like to also ask Dr. Taylor, I think you brought up some really interesting points about the conversation around the beginning of the force and how it was supposed to be used, and how we still have the option of a draft, we just haven't used it. And I think if you listen to Elliot Ackerman's conversation with Max Margulies earlier, this issue also came up. How do we get the political leadership to use the tools that we have when those tools are costly? I think one of the things that we are talking about here is we want military action to be more costly to the society. We want the society to notice. We want them to think about it and ask themselves, is this worth it? But the politicians' incentives are to hide those costs, right? So how do all of you think of this issue of manpower in that context, in this context of how do you reconcile the desire in a healthy democracy, as General H has pointed out, in a healthy democracy, you want the public to know what's happening. But the politicians, of course, want the public to see as few costs as possible so that they can do what they want. So let's go in reverse order this time, since I've invoked Dr. Taylor. And just if you could respond to that.
Very good, Lindsay. I really appreciated the graphics. Those are very helpful for the conversation. And then also this question about the dichotomy between perhaps a democratic dialogue that is useful, and then also the political aspect of lessening that. And so I think that's a really good point. And one of the things that I would bring up as an example of this, Phil mentioned it briefly earlier, is private security contractors. And so I would argue that if you look at the long view of military service historically, what has happened in those spikes when there aren't enough people to serve at any given time? Historically, what that has meant is it's opened up opportunities for previously excluded groups. And so whether that's racial integration after World War II and really through middle of the Korean War, or whether it's opportunities for women with the advent of the ABF, I think that's been a very positive development. We can kind of chart that over time. What concerns me in the Iraq and Afghanistan wars is that dynamic has been turned on its head for largely the reasons you're talking about with private security contractors. And so when the public debate about use of force occurs, it largely occurs solely on the numbers of service members. And so I would argue that that's a vast undercounting of the actual investment that the US is making, either in terms of money or in terms of lives, because these private security contractors are often not included in that dialogue, at least at the public level. So obviously policymakers know that, but for the very reasons you're talking about, they don't disclose that publicly. So if you look at the Iraq war, at any given time, approximately 50% of the personnel involved were private contractors. In Afghanistan, it was higher, perhaps as high as 65, maybe 70% at certain times. Now, it's important to note that a large number, the vast majority of those, are traditional private military contractors. And so these are people who are providing logistics support or information technology. And there's a long history of that in the US military. And it's far less problematic. What it is the emergence and the dramatic increase of private security contractors. So these are individuals that are involved in use of force issues and the privatization of force. And so at any given time in those conflicts, there could have been tens of thousands of these private security contractors. There were numerous incidents where that took away from US strategic interest in terms of causing conflict due to the ambiguity of their status. And so ambiguity in terms of legal terms, in terms of the Uniform Code of Military Justice, they could fall under that, but there could be different penalties for a service member and a private security contractor for the same event. And so there's just a lot of ambiguity in terms of that. And I think that lessens public debate. I think that also has some questions about US strategic interest and whether or not we want to, moving forward, increase that and continually privatize that force, or take a step back and really think about what are some of the alternatives. Because I think it is driven by two things. One is economics. I think it's driven, while the private security contractors themselves as individuals are vastly more expensive, over the long term, the life cycle, it's actually much less expensive because you don't have to pay to train them. You don't have to pay to take care of their veterans benefits down the road. There's a lot of ethical questions surrounding that as well, but it tends to be cheaper over the life cycle. But then also politically is the point, to wrap it up, the point you made, that politically, I think we've moved in that direction solely to keep the force low, so that there is less debate about it. And I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. But thank you. It's a great conversation starter.
So I think, Bill, you've hit on a hugely important issue, which is this thing at the force management level, or FML in Pentagon speak, and how this has played out in conflict after conflict since Vietnam. So in El Salvador, famously, there was an FML of 50, and there were all sorts of shenanigans employed by the military to keep that below. People would fly in and then fly out, or they'd go in under cover of darkness or do other things to sort of keep that level low and observe the limitation imposed by, I think it might have actually been Congress for that conflict. In Bosnia, there was a sense that it was all okay if we just kept the force management level at 25K and then dropped it to 5K. And there were all sorts of shenanigans. And this is where the contracting addiction began. Because the FML was set at 5,000, the Pentagon said, well, if we can only have 5,000 troops, they better be trigger pullers. And we're just going to outsource all of the truck driving and maintenance and laundry and food prep and all that other stuff. And so Halliburton subsidiary KBR comes online and offers all that stuff for a price. And the US military's addiction to the logistical program for civil augmentation program, LOGCAP, I get the acronym wrong sometimes, is born. And that's the addiction that carries forward into the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. The majority of the contractors on the ground in Iraq and Afghanistan were not trigger pullers. The Blackwater personnel and DynCorp and Triple KMP, et cetera, those were probably in the low 5 figures. The majority were truck drivers, food preparation specialists, laundry specialists, construction personnel to engage in Iraq's reconstruction program. And so I tend to see that piece of force structure as essentially a policy choice to use contractors instead of the Army Reserve and the active army, rather than deploy battalions of engineers to build Iraqi border forts and other things. We used Bechtel and Parsons and a ton of other companies to do that work, and primarily not to do the work with US personnel, but to then hire local nationals and third country nationals and build sort of another army of civilian personnel that were completely outside the bounds of our force structure and our justice system, as you rightly note. That's a huge policy choice, and that's going to play out in every conflict going forward, because those plans are still part of our con plans. Those muscles remain in the muscle memory of current planners. And I worry that if we see another major conflict, whether it's in Northern Europe or Asia or elsewhere, we're going to see the same problematic reliance, except those future conflicts with near-peer competitors are likely to inflict vastly more casualties than the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. And so we're then going to have this whole other set of policy questions about how do we treat wounded contractors? How do we take care of dead contractors? What's the appropriateness of the package that we provide there? And what do all of those questions look like? And that's something that, again, it can be solved with a larger force. It can be solved in a variety of other ways. But as long as we remain on this path towards the use of contractor personnel on the battlefield, I think we're going to have a lot of stuff to work through.
Thank you, Phil. General Leach.
Hello. Okay, I just would add that I think that part of the policy decision-making matrix that we're talking about here not only includes the decision on what logistics and what support we do, but also the capability that we have to recruit and retain sufficient force to take care of that. I think that's a critical part of this decision, and part of the matrix and the policy decision that was made that has been overlooked somewhat in this conversation. The other thing is, I'd like to go back to one of your charts. The heritage chart I'm familiar with. We've questioned the methodology and the range of incomes that they use to develop these quintiles. And I'd suggest for those who are interested in, including you and your audience, that they refer to a book called The Casualty Gap, which gets down much more granular than the heritage information. It goes down to zip codes, and it's by Shin and Kindler, two scholars who have done great research in this area. But I think the zip code granular information gives a much clearer picture of what the socioeconomic distribution is.
Thank you, sir. And to just reiterate for everyone watching, that book is by Kreiner and Shen, Douglas Kreiner and Francis Shen. It's called The Casualty Gap. It is an excellent book. Thank you, sir. So did you want to respond or did you want to expand a little bit on your point about recruiting, especially given the context of the question having to do with how do we deal with this tension between what we want for a healthy republic, for a healthy democratic society, and the incentives of the political leadership, both in the executive and legislative branches, as we've kind of talked about some of the difficulties involved in getting Congress, getting the executive branch to engage in the kinds of policies that we have talked about as creating maybe a better, fairer, more representative force. Would you like to talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I don't hold out much hope for Congress or the executive branch to do this. I mean, if you look at the current performance of Congress, if you want to surrender the intellectual and moral high ground on an important issue like this is not the place to sacrifice. I think, as I said in my opening comment, that if this changes, it'll change because of fact-based national dialogue like the one we're having now, or it will change based on one of three things. We will either not be able under any circumstances to get even marginally qualified people to join in sufficient numbers to man the force. We won't be able to afford that manpower, or there will be a major war that requires mass mobilization. But holding out hope for Congress or the executive branch to take the lead in addressing this or even engaging in it, I think is a myth.
Okay, on that pessimistic note, I'll move to my next question. So I want to, we have brought up a large number of concerns that we have with the state of the all-volunteer force, a large number of concerns that we have with the state of American society and the way that American citizenship is conceptualized. So I would ask each of you, and we'll start with Phil this time since he's always in the middle. I'd ask each of you to just tell me if you had to pick the top two civil military problems in the United States today, what would they be and why?
Oh, wow, that's a hard one. That's like a final exam question I would give to my law students, Lindsay.
I did warn you. I did warn you.
Yeah, I failed to do my homework. So I'm stalling for time now. I think the top problem, as I think about it from a policymaking perspective, to Dennis's comment a couple of minutes ago, is probably the role of Congress and the balance between Congress and the president with respect to making of military policy. Congress arguably has a greater role than the president in making policy. It's carved into Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. They're supposed to make rules for the armed forces. They're supposed to make laws for military justice. They're supposed to set, essentially, through the appropriations process, force size. They do a ton of that. The NDAA each year is the one piece of legislation that always passes and also has literally thousands of pages of policy on these fronts. But there's still an enormous imbalance, I perceive, between the volume and quality of policy produced by Congress versus the volume and quality of policy produced by the president and the executive branch. And I think one thing that crystallizes this for me is the recent row between the Army and Congress over the Army Combat Physical Fitness Test, the ACFT, where there were enormous challenges with creating this test and rolling it out. Congress actually said, stop, thou shalt not proceed with the ACFT until you report back to Congress. And the Army essentially thumbed its nose at Congress and said, we're going to do it anyway. We're going to collect more data through administration of the test and go ahead and try and stop us. And they're doing a lot of studies, and there's probably a better faith dialogue going on below the waterline that we can't see. But it just struck me as this incredibly problematic instance where the executive branch has gotten in the habit of doing whatever it wants, unconstrained by Congress. And even when Congress directly legislates, that's a failure. The second failure is something my colleague at CNAS, Amy Schaefer, did some brilliant research on a few years ago, and that's the way that the civil military gap affects recruiting. So Amy looked at representational data by zip code and by county and by state and found a correlation between the geographies around military bases and propensity to serve and enlistment and so on, and essentially made the persuasive argument that base communities and military communities are producing many times more their proportional representation of service members than non-military communities. And the corollary to that is that where people have physical interaction and physical proximity and physical interaction, they are getting to know the military and seeing it as an opportunity and joining. And where they're not, America's big cities, a lot of rural areas with no bases, they're not. And that, I think, is a challenge, because as the military sort of concentrates onto these large bases and pulls apart a geographic sense of society, there could be some long-term self-selection dynamics that really crystallize and then set in concrete about who serves when not all serve. And we could end up with just a ton of folks from Killeen, Texas, and Jacksonville, North Carolina, and a few other places, and then not as much from the broader cross-section of American society. So that's the other signal issue I worry about.
Great, Phil, thank you. General H.
I would answer the question succinctly by referring to a line in my book that turned out to be the most controversial line in it, when I write that the American people view the military in general and the way we man the force in particular through a lens of fear, apathy, ignorance, and guilt. And the two that's come out to me in answer to your question are ignorance and apathy. Elliot talked about the apathy that comes from no skin in the game, either in blood or treasure. And the ignorance is all around us. I mean, people don't have a very good understanding of the military as a whole. I ask fundamental questions sometime with military audiences. Fundamental is the VA budget part of the defense budget? And people get this quizzical look and say, I don't know, or they say yes or no, but it's not. It should be, but just as an indication of the level of ignorance people have about the military as a whole, not just the deployments or the numbers that are in theater, but the funding as a whole. And I think that apathy and ignorance are the two biggest barriers to closing the civil military gap.
Thank you, sir. Yes. Dr. Taylor.
Excellent question. There's certainly a lot to choose from, and my colleagues have mentioned some excellent points that I just want to build on if I could. So one of my concerns in terms of civil military relations I've touched on, so I'm not going to rehash that, but one would be private security contractors and what happens with that moving forward. And so I'm specifically talking about the privatization of force. And so when they are trigger pullers and they are in use of force situations, does that continue to expand? And so I would have concerns about that. But I want to focus, because I've already talked about that, on the civil military gap and add a few points to my colleagues' excellent remarks. So if we look at who serves right now, it's 0.5% of the American population. That number has been declining pretty consistently over time. And that's not necessarily a problem in and of itself, but compared to our ambitious strategic designs, it does raise questions about, is it paired well with our missions in terms of the military? And so the other thing I go back to is the propensity to serve. Phil mentioned that and made some excellent points about geographical location. But Michael Rooney and Charles Allen wrote an excellent piece where they looked at two trends that I think are important: propensity to serve, and then qualification to serve. And so if you would want, obviously, both of these to be high in an ideal scenario. But what we see over time is we see that in recent history, certainly in the 21st century, propensity to serve has been declining. So if you ask young people if they want to serve in the military, if they're willing to serve in the military, that number has been going down. So that's concerning. But at the same time, the qualifications to serve have also been going down in that demographic. And so when both of these numbers are going down, what you're doing is the potential pool that you're going to recruit from an all-volunteer force is shrinking on two fronts. And it's squeezing and making it more difficult to recruit the future force. And so in order to meet your goals, you have to hit on a higher percentage of that pool. And at some point, that's going to create significant problems if it hasn't already started to do so. So that is an important point. And then the other thing to add to Phil's excellent remarks on geography is also the issue of legacy families. So one of the bulwarks for recruiting has always been military legacy families. And so you have people serving 2, 3, 4 generations in the same family. And this has always been kind of a given that recruiters could count on this moving forward. And there's some indication now, indication that that might not hold moving forward. And so my concern would be if that starts to decline as well, in addition to propensity to serve, in addition to qualifications to serve, you have a very difficult recruiting environment for the AVF moving forward. And so that would be probably my number one concern in terms of civil military relations today. But thank you, it's a great question.
Well, yeah, so those are wonderful responses. And, I'd like to pick up on a couple of those. So yeah, all of you mentioned recruiting. And I think that this is something that we really need to talk
Lindsay,
more about. Yes?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
May I elaborate just a bit on a point?
Of course. Yes, go right ahead.
Bill touched on what I refer to as all volunteer force arithmetic. And he talked about the propensity to serve and the pool of candidates who meet the minimum requirements. And most of us focus on those that meet the minimum requirements. And most Americans, when they find out that only 30% or a little under 30% of the U.S. population the recruiting age between 18 and 24 meet the minimum requirements, they're appalled at this. But the other side of it is the willingness to serve, and that's only 15%. And both of them are being squeezed. But if you look at it, because of the all-volunteer force, we've created a problem for ourselves in that there are approximately 4 million people turn 18 in the United States every year. If you take that 30%, that says that 1.2 million are able to serve, are able to meet the minimum requirements, but only 15% of those in the entire pool are willing to serve. So you get down to about 180,000. And we need approximately 150,000 to regenerate the force every year among the services. So this creates a problem. So the real problem is not necessarily in one or the other, but it's greater in the propensity to serve. And my other point in terms of manning the force at high levels is that in that delta of 1,080,000 between those willing to serve and those unwilling to serve are probably a few all-state linebackers who would make wonderful infantrymen and a few national merit scholars and valedictorians who would make great intel clerks and cyber warriors. So we've created a situation where we limit ourselves, and we've given up. The Defense Department and the nation has conceded the biggest source of competitive advantage it has with manning the force, that being conscription. But it's a two-sided coin, where the willingness, the 15% propensity to serve, is the biggest issue.
So the math's not exactly right. The eligibility and propensity figures are parallel. So it's not true that the Defense Department is only going after 180,000 people that are both propensed and eligible. It's a bigger pool. But setting that aside, I think the COVID-19 vaccination case study is fascinating to me on many levels. But one is it has made me think about how the U.S. would do conscription if it had to. And I think there's no evidence that the U.S. would do any better today with conscription than it did during Vietnam. And I think the COVID vaccination case study shows that we don't prioritize well. We don't even develop good systems to prioritize and implement well. We currently have all these strange ghosts of Vietnam living in our selective service eligibility system that would probably replicate many of the same issues today around deferments and eligibility and so on, medical excuses. So to those who argue for a standby draft or even an active draft, I would retort, one, I don't think we could do it well today. We would likely still replicate many of the same equity issues. And two, to the broader political argument around conscription, There's no evidence that conscription did any better during Vietnam to make politically better decisions about war and peace. In fact, the evidence goes the other way, that conscription really didn't make the difference for making better policy during that war, nor has having a higher percentage of veterans in Congress made a difference as to better decision making about war and peace, nor a higher percentage of people in the executive branch. So, again, what's the problem we're trying to solve, and will this solve it? If the problem we're trying to solve is better decisions about war and peace, there's no evidence that conscription will do it. If the problem we're trying to solve is military manpower, there's also no evidence that conscription will do it, nor is there evidence that today's system will do any better than it did 50 years ago.
Well,
Go ahead, sir.
we had a poor system during Vietnam. I would argue that the Vietnam draft with deferments and other situations was the second worst draft that we had, only rivaled by the 1861 draft during the Civil War. But the fairness of a draft is critical. And in my book, I offer what I refer to as a fifth alternative that's lottery-based draft, primarily into the Guard and Reserve, where we reduce the number of infantry and combat arms in the active component and generate somewhere between $35 and $70 million in savings. But if we want to concede that the draft is going to be unfair, we have people trying to beat the system in terms of filling out their taxes and serving on juries. But right now we have, and that's not a good reason to do away with the jury system or the internal revenue system. But we recognize that there are people who will try to take advantage of it. We need to create a system that is designed to be as fair, equitable, and efficient as possible. The other thing I'd point out is that in addition to the recruiting bonuses, the enlistment bonuses, the Army currently has 10,500 recruiters assigned to U.S. Army Recruiting Command. These are some of the best NCOs that the Army has that are selected to serve in that capacity, who should be out with the troops, training them, developing them, and leading them. So we have a system that is unfair today, but if we replace it with another unfair system, and we use the Vietnam model as a model going forward, we'll have failed just in a different way.
Thank you, sir. And I think that you guys are bringing up, number one, you've already started getting into my next two questions, so we'll just go ahead with those. But you're bringing up a really important point, which is number one, what problem are we trying to solve, right? I mean, on the one hand, as Phil pointed out, some people argue for conscription in order to create so-called skin in the game, in the hopes that the wealthy, the well-connected, the members of Congress will pay more attention and be more cautious in their foreign policy decision-making or in their wartime decision-making. That's one possible problem we're trying to solve. Another is the representativeness problem. Could we get more of the wealthiest Americans to serve? Could we get more of the Americans from large cities to serve? Things like that. Could we get more Americans who are non-Christian, non-white, non-males from rural areas to serve? So that's a second problem. A third problem is the question of manpower, right? How can we get a sufficient number of people in the military? And as General H just brought up, and Phil actually brought it up earlier, what is the right mix of active to reserve component? Because that is, of course, a huge issue that also changed after World War II, is this enormous standing active component. And then with the total force policy after Vietnam, this attempt to move a number of competencies into the Guard and Reserve in order to save money, right? Again, it was a money-saving type of thing. And that kind of brings me to one of my next questions, which is, what role does the Guard and Reserve play in all of this? And frankly, given the extent to which we now sort of overexploit, I would argue, overexploit the National Guard in a way that, we use them for a lot of things, but we don't necessarily pay them commensurately or grant them the benefits that they might deserve if they were in the active component or the actual reserves. Do you think that this is a fair system? And is there a way that you would reform this? Dr. Taylor, if you'd like to start.
Well, great question, Lindsay. In terms of the role for the National Guard and Reserves, does it solve any problems for the AVF? And I would argue that, yes, certainly it does solve some problems for the AVF. I would also argue that it also creates some others, and I'll talk about both. So Congressional Budget Office did an interesting study where they looked at change over time in terms of National Guard and Reserves. And before the Persian Gulf War in the early 1990s, approximately 1 day on average per year. Before 9/11, that grew to 14 days per year. And then since 2003, it went up to about 70 days per year. And that's just an average, but it gives us a sense that this is increasing fairly significantly. And so that's one point. So the National Guard and Reserves then are being used as an offset for the lack of necessary service members. Now, in many ways, that's the way it was designed, that the AVF brought in this total force concept and that you were going to shift some of that burden due to the loss of draftees into the National Guard and Reserves. So I think in some ways that's working the way it was intended. But we also have to ask, are there long-term consequences to doing that? And these would be in terms of recruiting and retention within the National Guard and Reserves. And so I know Major General Leach has written extensively about this, but kind of this shift from a strategic reserve on the one hand to a more operational reserve, where they're being used far more than in the past. And I think that's a good thing for the AVF. That helps the AVF, but we also have to ask about the future force in the National Guard and Reserves, because you're always dealing with multiple forces. You're dealing with the force that you're managing today, but also the force that you're going to have tomorrow. And one decision that can be positive for one can be negative for the other. Thank you.
So do you want to go ahead next?
Yeah, the bill made reference to the fact that we changed euphemistically the mission of the Guard and Reserve from a strategic reserve to a operational reserve. And I was still serving in the, most of my time in the military was in the reserve component, so I'm intimately familiar with this. This was a change that was made that looked for an answer to a question. I mean, we had as many Guard and Reserve boots on the ground in Iraq at one point, Iraq and Afghanistan, as we did active component. We couldn't have executed parts of the years of the war without the Reserve and the National Guard involved. But let me tell you from the inside, one of the other things that creates a problem that, in addition to those that Dr. Taylor raised, we're looking at the quality of those that serve in senior positions, both enlisted and officer in the military, in the Reserve and the National Guard. And here's a scenario. We have a 30-year-old engineer sitting in front of his boss's desk in a company, and he's just come off his second tour of 1 year. And the boss says, you know, we have this big project going on and we'd like to have you lead it, but, you know, we're really not sure because you may be deployed again. Now, what are you going to do? He has a tough decision to make. And we have thousands of these decisions being made every day. And I think that we place at jeopardy the quality of the senior NCOs and the officers that are able to put together a civilian career, balance a family, and put together 70 days of service in the military as a quote unquote part-time employee and balance the three. And in many cases, unfortunately, the family suffers, but the second thing that suffers is the quality of those that are available to occupy senior positions in the Guard and Reserve. So it's a subtle, touchy issue, but one that's very real and I've been exposed to in my own life.
Yeah, and I can concur and share some personal observations from my time as a Guard officer and Army Reserve officer in the early 2000s that I witnessed a slow and subtle qualitative shift in the participation, both in the NCO ranks and officer ranks during that time, and not necessarily to the benefit of the services. We lost people that couldn't afford repeated deployments and more than 39 days a year. And you know, over time, the services could have caught up. They could have innovated and come up with something that maybe worked alongside the gig economy or tried to recruit disproportionately from folks that could accommodate that type of schedule, but did not. Again, though, I would say the original sin is the size of the active component and the relative division of labor between the active and the reserve component. This shift from a strategic to an operational force, again, I would argue began in the 90s with the Balkans deployments and all the other deployments of the 90s, and then accelerated during the Iraq and Afghanistan wars of the post 9/11 era. It was primarily driven by, not surprisingly, Guard and Reserve leaders who wanted resources, missions, and primacy. And those are still the leaders on the Reserve Forces Policy Board and in other fora that are clamoring the loudest for an operational role for the reserves. And that has resulted in a proliferation of Guard and Reserve missions, including things like regular training deployments and others that eat at readiness and do generate more ready forces in the short term, but create a lot of risks for the Guard to the extent that you want to have them be ready for the big one, the big fight. Whether these are sustainable over the long run remains to be seen. The Guard will probably rebound quite a bit from the post-9/11 wars. And I should say deployment levels are very low right now. They're not where they were in 2010. They're not where they were in 2005. And so the Guard and the Reserve, they're able to really rebuild readiness in a way that even the active force can't do today. And I suspect that most of the effects of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars have already largely been absorbed and healed by the force, and they're now able to reset into more of a force generation model that is more consistent with peacetime than the post 9/11 era. But there remain large questions about whether the Guard and Reserve can sustain that sort of deployment pace that they had 10 years ago or not. And yeah.
Yes. No, thank you, Phil. And I think you're all bringing up really great points about this. Civil military relations people often speak about the Guard and Reserves as being a sort of bridge between the active component and civil society, being the citizen soldier. But I think what we have seen, as all of you have described, is especially over the last few decades, and Dr. Jessica Blankshane has done some really good work on this recently, the increasing phenomenon of the Guard and Reserves basically looking like and acting like the active component and being less and less of a sort of middle ground. And as all of you point out, it's not clear that's sustainable. I do want to remind everyone watching that you can ask panelists questions in the chat function on YouTube. So if you have any questions, we still have about 15 or 20 minutes left. Please put them in there. In the meantime, I am going to ask all of our panelists. So I think we have identified a couple of problems that we're trying to fix. We've identified the issue of personnel quality. We've identified the issue of personnel quantity. We've identified the issue of foreign policy constraint. How do you get both the political classes and the people in general to pay attention to foreign policy and make good decisions? General H brought up the problem of apathy. Although I would point out, Rosa Brooks has made the great point that Americans have always been apathetic about foreign policy. I mean, you basically can't get Americans to pay attention to foreign policy unless there's a really, really big thing going on that affects them directly. Americans have never been interested in wars that were happening far away and didn't seem to have anything to do with them. But we've brought up the issue of representativeness. We've brought up the issue of citizenship and obligation and fairness. So if these are the problems, and if for a moment we take General H's pessimism seriously, that the only way that we'd really get a major political rethinking of conscription, where we would get an actual fair, a real redo of the system, where it would be fair, where it would be equitable, where it wouldn't have the problems that Phil pointed out it has had in the past when the US has had a draft. If we assume that we're stuck with an all-volunteer force for right now, what would each of you recommend as ways to fix some of these problems given this system? Would it be about recruiting? Would it be about budgeting? Would it be something else, what are your solutions within the political constraints that we have right now? General H, would you like to begin?
Yeah, we're part of the solution today. I mean, having this dialogue, I don't think that there's any particular thing that can be done that will piecemeal, other than the issues that I brought up, fix to the problem. It's a comprehensive, complex problem that with both national security and social fabric implications. But I don't see an easy fix. But I think that having this kind of dialogue and a discussion about the issue will preclude a crisis. I mean, my greatest fear is not the first two scenarios that I bring up, that we won't get enough, we won't be able to find enough people, or we won't be able to pay for it under any circumstance. I mean, we are a country that's $26 trillion in debt. But my greatest fear is that how quickly can we step up to change the mindset of the American people between the time an aircraft carrier is hit in the Straits of Taiwan and the time that it hits the bottom of the Straits of Taiwan. We have a mindset in the country that Elliot talked about somewhat, that says that with this thing in national defense, or the threats are obscure, and they're someone else's issue, someone else's problem. I'll read about it from time to time, but it's not my problem. The fact of the matter is that it is our problem, it is our responsibility, and we need to face up to it. But I think that the greatest thing that can be done is to have dialogues like this with engaged people and make fact-based decisions and have a dialogue.
Thank you, sir. Phil, would you like to go next?
Sure. You know, when I think about this question, I think back to your other question about as compared to what, and I look in the last year at the way that some companies have scaled up and created the equivalent of a whole army. And I think maybe the US military is doing it wrong, or maybe something even more like a private sector recruiting effort is what the military needs. It needs to become a little bit more of a recruited force. So in the first weeks after the pandemic started, Amazon and Instacart and a couple of other companies recruited between them 500,000 employees. Amazon is now more than 1 million employees worldwide. They seem to be doing something that the military is not. They don't seem to have the same issues. And granted, the stakes are different, right? Amazon is not deploying people into harm's way where they're going to be cold, wet, tired, hungry, and shot at. That is a fundamentally different endeavor. But the mechanics of what they do and the way that they move toward the labor force and look toward society, there's a lot the military can learn from there, and there may be a better model for what we're doing. That, you know, if the problem we're trying to solve is how do you quickly recruit a force in the wake of military action in the Straits of Taiwan or the steppes of Europe, it's not clear to me that conscription is the answer, and it's not clear to me that the military current model is the answer. There may be a better way from the private sector. The other sort of broad kind of meta point I'd make is that selective service has become such a hypothetical tool that I wonder whether we would ever use it again. And I think about all the things in the arsenal of democracy, from the reserves to contractors to even strategic weapons. And I wonder whether, if there was a crisis of the magnitude that demanded mobilization, let alone full mobilization, would we really do it, or would we do something else? And you know, I think that's part of the problem. No one takes selective service seriously because the thought of us ever mobilizing society through that tool are so remote that people say, "Oh, we'll just fix it some other way," and that may be accurate. I don't know, but I think if we're going to take selective service seriously, we should think about the scenarios that might trigger its use, and we should think about how to realistically make it a better system than we've used before.
Excellent points, Phil. Dr. Taylor.
Very good. Just to segue with what Phil was saying, some excellent points. Historically, going back to your graphic, which I found remarkable, this idea of times of peace where the force is small, and then these huge spikes where we get into some type of major conflict. And so in terms of a change to the AVF, I think several points have been made. dialogue, I think, is important. I think there is a lot of apathy, or at least ignorance or a lack of understanding in terms of these issues. So I think having these events like today are helpful. But also, if we look at our recent past from World War II to the present, whenever there was a major conflict, it require the draft. I mean, there's always hope that this volunteer force would work. And when it required large numbers, in the hundreds of thousands, upwards of, 500,000, the volunteers didn't show up historically. And so I wonder if, having a firmer coupling between this idea of an AVF during peacetime, but as to Phil's point, making the, point that there is a standby draft and that it's designed to be used under major conflict or lengthy conflict, perhaps having that awareness would be helpful. And then finally, I think all of these issues fall under the rubric of a coupling between, our grand strategy and then how this force is going to follow, because everything we're talking about, the force, ultimately in the ideal, it's following the grand strategy. And I think that's something else that can be helpful. Is it's important to crystallize where we're going and what that strategy is, and then some of these issues will fall behind, as opposed to just being theoretical and kind of in a vacuum. I think we need to know what we're trying to accomplish first and foremost, and then size the force appropriately after that.
Lindsay,
Yes.
I just like to go back to a point that Phil made that I agree with, and I think is very subtle. And that is that the longer we go on without addressing seriously the possibility of conscription, the more difficult and less likely it is going to be able to do it smoothly under any circumstances. And I would just suggest that as part of this dialogue, we may want to consider whether the degree of the national security threat that we create by continuing to operate under this rubric of the all-volunteer force. I think that we're going to find that if we do have a requirement for mass mobilization, it's going to be difficult the longer we go on with the all-volunteer force and not addressing the reality of conscription to do it effectively.
Absolutely, sir. And I think you bringing that up is very timely, of course, because the case will soon be in front of the Supreme Court about whether it is constitutional to continue selective service for men only, now that the combat exclusion for women is gone. And it is highly likely that the Supreme Court will say, no, it's not constitutional. If you're going to require men to sign up, you must also require women to sign up. But they probably won't say you have to require women to sign up. They will probably say something to the effect of, you can't do it like this. And then it will be in the hands of Congress. And Phil, I see you, don't worry. Then it will be in the hands of Congress to decide what to do. And they could go any number of directions. They could abolish selective service, which I think all of us here on this panel probably think is a bad idea. Or they could take this opportunity to do some of the reforms that we would wish they would do. But I'll let the lawyer speak. Phil?
Sure. So I'm just checking, and it looks like the Supreme Court has not granted certiorari in that case yet. So the most likely outcome is the Supreme Court declines to hear that case and lets the lower court opinion stand from the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, which said Roscoe versus Goldberg is still the law of the land, no change. If they take the case, I think it's unclear how the court will hold. There's a institutionalist approach they could take, which is to say, this isn't for us to decide as judges. We're going to let Congress figure this out. Congress seems seized with the issue based on their creation of a commission. They could weigh in and make the constitutional choice you say and say, on its face, the draft discriminates on the basis of sex, therefore it's unconstitutional. I think I'll let the thing play out. I don't have a prediction either way for how the court's going to go here, but the odds are they're not going to take the case.
All right. Well, I bow to your greater expertise in that area. But I do think that, at least it provides us with a moment to revisit, all of you have pointed out problems with the current system. And it does provide us with an opportunity to revisit that system if we are willing to take that opportunity, if in particular Congress is willing to take that opportunity. And of course, that raises the question of whether Congress is going to be able to agree on anything in this realm right now. We have only a few minutes left. I would like to reshare the graphic that several of you have referred to so that, oops, so that we can take a look at that and just talk about it. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. So that we can talk about it a little bit more, because I think this gets us to a number of issues. So again, I think one of the interesting phenomena shown in this is particularly the fact that after World War II, the United States did not demobilize completely the way that it had in every other war before then. And you can see that for Korea and Vietnam, there were, again, little spikes, both of which were fueled by conscription. And for Korea, also mobilization of the reserves. For Vietnam, no mobilization of the reserves, right? And then you see the Gulf War, which was comparatively small, right? But you see the force that fought the Gulf War was bigger than the force that had fought any other war before World War II, except for the Civil War and World War I. Even though it was, in comparative terms, a very small war, or at least what we would think of today as a very small war. So yeah. I'm interested, we have only a couple of minutes left. I'm interested just to hear sort of your thoughts and reactions to this graphic, in the sense of how is what you want to do today, whatever that is, and you know, we all have sort of different solutions to the problems that we've brought up. How does that fit into this overall historical narrative and the huge change that the US made in policy after World War II to maintain a large standing army, however constituted, and what that means for, as Dr. Taylor has pointed out multiple times, what that means for our strategic posture, what we think we can do, what we think we ought to do. Some concluding thoughts from each of you. We'll start with Dr. Taylor.
Very good, Lindsay. I think you framed it perfectly, in that, you know, when a lot of people look at the long arc of US history, they don't differentiate between pre-World War II and post-World War II. And I think that's an important point for people to think about. The US military prior to World War II was not the military we think of today. So I think that's the first important point, is framing it from World War II on. In terms of, you'll notice these spikes, the spikes are much smaller because of exactly what you're describing, the lack of demobilization after World War II. We started to demobilize, and then, you know, very quickly we're into the Korean War. But that force level stayed relatively high. That also points to some of the questions in terms of sustainability, because as the force stayed high, so did the cost. Now, obviously, our strategic ambitions post-World War II have been much greater than prior to that. And so one could argue, I think very reasonably, that you either need to maintain a large force to fulfill those goals, or you need to pare back some of those strategic ambitions to fit the resources that you have on hand. Right now, I would argue that we have somewhat of a mismatch between the two. And you could go either way. I mean, you could either build up the force larger to meet those goals, or you could pare back your ambitious designs. But I think right now we're kind of in between, where there's somewhat of a mismatch between the force that we have and our objectives in terms of grand strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. General H.
I think the mismatch that to which Dr. Taylor refers has been in existence since 2001. We've exercised all sorts of policy changes to accommodate the mismatch, but I think it's been in place since 2001 or thereabouts. The other thing is that the chart is interesting, but there are two other inflection points that I would suggest are relevant to the chart. The first one is, and both of these represent what I consider to be lifelines to the all-volunteer force model of manning our military. The first one is the increase in women's participation in the military, that is now 24% of the active force is female. The other one that's often overlooked, and we talk about not demobilizing after World War II, but when the Soviet Union fell in the early 90s, we reduced the size of the force from 2,000,001 to 1,000,003. Now, we called this the peace dividend, but the fact of the matter is that it was a lifeline to the all-volunteer force and created an opportunity that many people say that we lost, but I'd say that that's an inflection point that ought to be recognized on this chart because it had severe, really, it's important impacts on national security and the all-volunteer force.
Thank you, sir. Phil.
So I love your framing, Lindsay. I would step back and I think probably drawing upon your work and Bill's work and others, frame this in terms of the secular trends at play here as well. Increasing substitution of technology and capital for labor being a big one, changes in the size of society overall being a second, and changes in the deployments themselves. And then, drawing on Russ Widely and his immortal line that the American way of war is to send a bullet, not a man. I think what we're seeing is increasingly those things coming together at the tail end of that trend, such that the US military is becoming increasingly capitalized, technology-driven, less manpower intensive, and we're seeing this sort of natural progression of that over time. And I think that is going to continue. I think we are going to continue to see a smaller military that is more highly professionalized, augmented by technology, capital, contractors, and others. And that we ought to start thinking about what that future looks like. And I think about the fiction that my friend Peter Singer writes, or that Elliot has written recently with James Stavridis, that the future may look like the fiction in those pages more than our own research looking at the past.
Thank you, Phil. And you have just teed up perfectly the next panel, which is going to start at 11:20, which is the state of the all-volunteer force and future threats. So please come back to see that. And thank you very much to all of my panelists for a really thoughtful discussion on these important topics. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Welcome to our second panel, the All-Volunteer Force and Future Threats. I'm Gil Barndollar, a Senior Research Fellow here at CSS at the Catholic University of America. We've got an outstanding collection of experts today to talk more of the operational issues and gaze a little bit into the future about the threats, both kind of traditional conflict, but also some of the more unconventional or asymmetric, or insert your buzzword, but some of the other threats that confront the United States and that are going to challenge the all-volunteer force going forward. So we have, in order, Vice Admiral Lee Gunn, U.S. Navy retired, enlisted in the Navy at 19, was commissioned at 23, and then served as a surface warfare line officer for 35 years. Following his Navy retirement, he conducted a year-long study of Navy training and education for the Chief of Naval Operations. He was then employed by the CNA Corporation, the nation's premier nonpartisan, nonprofit research and analysis enterprise, engaged in the scientific study of DoD operations, acquisitions, and plans. Since Admiral Gunn's retirement from CNA, he's focused almost exclusively on the national security implications of climate change and the coming transitions to advanced means of energy generation. He remains the vice chair of CNA's Military Advisory Board and studying climate, energy, and water from a national security perspective. Dr. Jacqueline Schneider is a Hoover Fellow at Stanford University and a non-resident fellow at the Naval War College's Cyber and Innovation Policy Institute. She was previously a senior policy advisor to the Cyberspace Solarium Commission. Her most recent co-edited book, 10 Years In, Implementing Strategic Approaches to Cyberspace, tackles cyber strategy and features chapters on talent, readiness, conflict, and innovation. She received her BA from Columbia University, her MA from Arizona State University, and her PhD from George Washington University. Colonel Hakan Anderson is currently the military attaché and assistant defense attaché to the United States at the Embassy of Sweden. He has previously served as Assistant Chief of Staff for J4 Joint Forces Command, Staff Officer at SHAPE at NATO, Military Liaison Officer with UNMISS in South Sudan, Chief of Staff in the Logistics Department of the Swedish Armed Forces Headquarters, and with a Mentor Brigade Omelette in ISAF service in Afghanistan. Finally, Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, U.S. Army retired, was a distinguished visiting professor of government and public policy at the College of William Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia. He retired from that position in December of 2020. Before that, he was Chief of Staff to Colin Powell at the U.S. Department of State. He served 31 years in the U.S. Army, including service in Vietnam. His final military assignments were Special Assistant to then Chairman of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Colin Powell, and later Deputy Director and Director of the U.S. Marine Corps War College, Quantico, Virginia. Admiral Gunn, if you could take us away.
Sure, I'd be happy to, Gil. I like probably Colonel Wilkerson, I served in Vietnam, and my service started in 1965 when I was commissioned, and I spent the first 4 years on 2 destroyers and did 3 long deployments to the vicinity of Vietnam. That was the all-volunteer, that was the draft era. And so it's been really interesting listening to what our predecessors here have said during the AVF forum. I came ashore at the Naval Postgraduate School at Monterey, and I was studying operations research, and this was 1969 to 71. That was during the time when the original shift to the all-volunteer force was seriously under consideration and being studied at several locations, including at the Naval Postgraduate School. It was clear to me from the conversations that I was part of there that the most important determinant of whether the AVF would be successful or not, that is, in attracting and retaining a number of young men and women who would be needed, was what the percentage of volunteers in the Navy and the other services that were not at that time taking draftees, what the percentage of volunteers was of those who were true volunteers and not draft induced. Nevertheless, I came back to sea in the mid-70s as the executive officer number 2 in a frigate. And that was a tough time right after the conclusion of Vietnam. Morale was low. Discipline rates were high. Drugs were prevalent. We didn't have the means of testing for them. All of those things conspired to make it very difficult for us to lead the force in transition. I came back in the early 80s in command of a frigate, and it was a different world. So to represent the view of someone who led both in the draft era and in the all-volunteer force, I would like to say that the professionalism that is much heralded today was evident even then. And the people in the early 80s, by the early 80s, who were in the Navy had either truly volunteered to begin with or chosen to re-enlist. And so therefore we had a professional military force. My question, of course, the question that Gil has asked me to address is about climate challenges, and does this AVF measure up in terms of being able to face these challenges? Let me drop back for a second to what Mike Mullen said, Admiral Mike Mullen, when he was the chief of staff of the military. Mike characterized in one talk the national security of the United States as resting on 4 pillars. He talked about economic power, diplomatic strength, talked about cultural and domestic welfare, and military power. He left military power to last because he wanted to make the point that the other 3 were at least as important as our military strength with regard to addressing national security concerns. In a longer conversation, I could talk about how I think the climate challenge that we face addresses or impacts on all of the 4 pillars of our domestic security and our national strength. But I'd like to just mention 2 here. One is training, a direct effect on the operations of our military. And the second is operations and the scale at which those operations can be conducted. The impact on training is already being felt in the armed services, in our own country and overseas. In our own country, the lack of sufficient time on training ranges, for example, live fire ranges in the West, where we're unable to use live ordnance because of the drought and the fire danger conditions. The floods that have affected the Army training, tropical training area in places like Louisiana and other areas, other changes that we see in our climate are having a profound effect already on the training days and the ability for our forces to regroup and prepare to go overseas when the requirement exists. The operations that the military has gone through recently outside of Afghanistan, Iraq, and elsewhere in the Middle East have increasingly involved humanitarian operations. As a matter of fact, in 2008, the Defense Department recognized officially for the first time that humanitarian operations should be an official part of the missions of the US military. Relief and rehabilitation are now exercises that we can conduct, and we can, in addition to doing training, we can equip and prepare procedures for these kinds of operations. The question of scale has come up earlier today. Will it be possible to expand, and what have been the consequences of expanding the U.S. footprint in wars on the ground in recent days? I think that remains a question for the future as well. There is a standby draft, and as a matter of fact, my friend and the former Assistant Secretary of the Navy Manpower and Reserve Affairs, Bernie Rosker, who was at RAND, wrote a great book on that, because his experience prior to being Assistant Secretary of the Navy was he was the Director of Selective Service right after a transition from being a full-on operation to being a standby. But I think that in the future, it may be necessary to reactivate the draft in order to meet the peer competition that the military as the potential to face. What about the preparation of the people in the AVF? Well, I'm really comfortable with those. I think that the high standards, in spite of what the comments of those on an earlier panel, the standards for service remain very high in all 5 of the US military services, physically, mentally, morally. And I think that the emphasis that the Navy in particular, that I'm familiar with, has placed on education in recent years has helped to make our military people better prepared to deal with the challenges they'll face in the future. SecNav Spencer, Secretary of the Navy Spencer, Undersecretary of the Navy Maudley, at the beginning of the Trump administration, put a very strong emphasis on education at all levels, in all ranks, in the Navy and the Marine Corps. I assume the same kind of thing is happening in the Army and the Air Force as well, and I know it is in the Air Force, in the Coast Guard. In any case, I think the people are fit to fight who are already in the service. I think the standards are upholding that fitness to fight. I think the emphasis on education and on training and on working around the training consequences of climate change are all going to suit the AVF pretty well, as long as it's substantially augmented to a degree that's necessary based on the kind of challenges they face. So I think I'll conclude there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Snyder.
Thank you so much for having me today. It is a real honor to be among this group. And I also feel like a little bit I'm representing kind of I'm an older millennial. So representing a little bit about what the all volunteer force means for my generation. I signed my my papers for ROTC on September 10th, 2001 in New York City. And I've served now for 16 years. I served 6 years active duty and 10 years as a reservist. And my entire service has been dominated by the world after September 11th. I think actually a lot of my generation has. And I think because of that, I brought with us a bit of a different perspective on the all volunteer force. And, you know, my last job, I was a professor at the Naval War College, and we had this Future Forces Gallery. And the Future Forces Gallery was filled with robots and machines. And every time I walked through it, I got very frustrated because I felt like we hadn't talked a lot about what the future force looked like in terms of the force itself, the people who would be manning and operating these machines, the technologies, the technologists. And that led me to write a polemic called Blue Hair in the Gray Zone, which is published in War on the Rocks, which argued for how our perceptions of culture were affecting our beliefs about what the future force was going to look like. So that was 2017, I want to say. It's been a while since I wrote that piece. And ever since then, I have been interested in the role of talent and in especially these kind of emerging technologies in warfare. And so just published a book with the Naval War College, a co-edited volume, which I highly recommend you look at, called 10 Years in, the Implementing Strategic Approaches to Cyberspace, where we feature authors from Cyber Command and authors from academia talking about cyber strategy. But my chapter is about cyber strategy, about cyber talent, and how cyber talent fits into this overarching cyber strategy. So that's what I'm going to talk about a little bit today. But it all started with this polemic about blue hair in the gray zone. So my work in the last few years has been thinking about how we can have flexible ways to integrate, retain, recruit kind of emerging talent. And talent that has to do with cybersecurity, talent that has to do with autonomy, artificial intelligence. And so in my chapter in the book, I look explicitly at history to think about what do we know from history that has taught us about how we can think about how to emerge, how to develop emerging talent for today's Department of Defense workforce. So if you go back and you look at the role that technology has played over time in, for example, military revolutions, you find that the relationship with manpower changes based on the technology. And I want to highlight two technologies and show how cyber and these emerging technologies look more like the longbow, for example, than the gunpowder revolution, and what that means for today in terms of focus on training versus recruitment. Okay, so back in the medieval times, we have the development of the longbow. The longbow has extraordinarily accurate, has much higher ranges, and it purports to potentially change the face of warfare. The problem with the longbow is it's really, really difficult to use. So states that are trying to adopt the longbow quickly realize that they have a very, very small workforce that can actually employ this new weapon. So what does England do to try and utilize the longbow in warfare? Well, they decide, shoot, we can't just train people to use this thing. We have to actually create a culture within our society that builds this talent over time. So they started investing in tournaments that got not only kind of the noblemen's involved with kind of learning the longbow, but more importantly, it searched the communities and the villages to try and build a talent pool within the general community and that was able to use the longbow. And not only did they do this, but they realized, shoot, we had laws about not using some of these weapons. So they started allowing the kind of the lower the general public to use the longbow. They started providing the longbow to people, to civilian populations. So the idea was to create talent within their general workforce. And then for the state to be able to pull that talent out, to be able to utilize the longbow in conflict. Now, that all changes with the advent of gunpowder. And with the gunpowder revolution, what you find is that the weapon now has a much larger lethal effect. So you don't have to be, it's much easier to use. And so what you find is that the move goes away from kind of creating this very specialized talent and trying to create this specialized talent within the larger population. And instead it goes to recruiting larger groups of people that are not as skilled. And so this happens shortly after the gunpowder revolution. We also see the development of very large armies and levée en masse, where you're pulling the bakers and the farmers and the general civilians, and you're giving them equipment and you're saying, go into war. And the focus there becomes on drill, on creating discipline, on creating training, and generalized skills, right? So it's not about creating specialized skills. Now, as we move into today's era and the emerging technologies that define warfare, I think what we see is that we look a lot more like the longbow and a lot less like the gunpowder revolution. So what does that mean? Well, it means as we think about the all-volunteer force, it means that we're going to need to find flexible ways of bringing people in and out of the civilian space where a lot of that talent seems to reside. In general, there is a talent shortage, both in the community as well as especially within the Department of Defense. And currently the way that the Department of Defense is set up, especially in its military forces, it's highly regimented. It doesn't allow for a lot of the movement in and out of the civilian workspace. Even the reserves, which I'm lucky to be a part of, as it's transitioned to more of a total force, it's gone away from kind of a strategic reserve. And so you find that cyber talent is still kept under the same kind of requirements that you would have of any other kind of need to promote, need to take all of the mandatory education. And so some of the things that we've built in order to create a more professionalized force also make it hard to create that kind of flexible force that allows for this talent to come in and out of civilian and the military. So what's the future? I mean, the Department of Defense has already started thinking about how they can have a more creative use of talent, whether that's cyber talent, autonomy talent, software development. But in general, we have to change the culture. So a lot of the efforts that we took post-Vietnam to make this a more professional force also have a knockdown effect of making it more difficult to create this kind of flexible workforce that allows us to integrate this talent. And so we need to think about, what does warfare look like in the future? What are the future warfighters we're looking for? And then I think really, really importantly, as we expand, hopefully, the service opportunities, we need to think about how do we deal with people who are kind of citizens most of the time, but then integrate into the military. And what is the difference between what we expect from our civilian force and our citizenry versus these kind of these people, these highly talented people that come and support the military. So eager to engage and have further conversation.
Thank you. Colonel Anderson?
Thank you for having me, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm especially grateful for CSS inviting me to speak about the Swedish conscript system. And to start with, I will give a background how the Swedish conscript system works, and hopefully I will end up talking about a little bit about future threats and how we could use our conscripts in that respect. So the Swedish conscript system was started in 1905. And before that, we have a professional defense forces. The conscript service was in full swing during the Cold War. And once the Berlin Wall and Germany reunited, we had less and less conscripts in our ranks. And finally, we decided that we should suspend the conscript system and go for a professional or all voluntary force. And that was in 2010. And as most of you know, or all of you know, the security situation in Europe and towards Black Sea changed with Georgia, Crimea, and Donbass. And it was decided we had needed a larger force again. And the conscript system was taken up again in 2017, a political decision, of course. And 2018, we have the first conscripts contingents again. And then it was also decided that it should be gender neutral. So all males and females are mandatory to do conscript service if called upon. So this was a changing situation in the surrounding world. We decided to pick it up again. And we also had specific difficulties to recruit the reserves. So we couldn't reach the numbers we wanted to have as active soldiers and reserve soldiers in the all voluntary force. And we also experienced there was a high level of dropouts during the basic training. So both the recruiting and the dropouts led us to the conclusion that we also needed to have a different system. And of course, this was also the competition on the labor market. If you have a strong labor market, we get less volunteers. And there's a strong connection between that. So now we are operating two systems. We have the all voluntary system, and we have also the compulsory conscript service. The selection process is almost the same, but once they start their military training on the road to be conscripts fully trained, or they will go into the all voluntary force. During training, they are under the same regulations. So it's make it also more difficult to drop out, because if you don't turn up once you have been selected and you drop out with no good reasons, you could be fined or you have to go to jail during the training period. So that's also contributing to less dropouts from the training. So then the question, how many do we train now? In order to expand our defense forces to almost double size, we're now training totally in 5,000 recruits each year. And the total all females and male in 1 year, which turns into 18 years, is about 90,000. And the drafted will be, this year is about 3,500, and we have 1,500 then in the voluntary support. They are trained, the longest military training is 15 months, and they are trained, that's for special duty soldiers and also for warranty officers. We will probably go into train also what we have conscripts officers that will serve for 15 months. Normal soldier or enlisted is 9 months, and for those who will enter into the Home Guard, it's between 4 and 7 months. And after that, you either will go into the wartime position as a conscript, or you can apply for professional soldiers, warrant officer, or go to officers or NCO schools. Benefits for the conscripts, their monthly pay of $530 US. They have free accommodation and free meals, and they have ticket home every weekend when they're off duty. And there are also bonus systems that they earn $530 for each month served, but that's only paid when they have fulfilled their military training. So experience, even though we have a new gender-neutral conscript system, we don't get a 50-50. Today we have about 20%, and the long-term goal is 25% of female recruits. Of course, it's easier to recruit or to special branches like rangers, cyber soldiers, divers, and other duties. So coming into for future threats, we are now setting up cyber units with cyber soldiers, specially selected, and they all trained within the communications regiment we have here, and also part-time of it, they are trained by the university, Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm, to give them their specialty training. And also future threats, the conscripts can be called upon on other, or actually defense forces can use the conscripts when they are called upon by other authorities in Sweden for example, flooding, wildfires, looking for missing people. And that is, the request comes from the emergency services or the police. So that's then the defense forces obliged to support, and then the conscripts can be used in that respect. So our conclusion is that this is a way we have to go through to fulfill the ranks and fill the demands of soldiers and the organization for the armed forces. It also serves as a base for further recruitments to officers and soldiers and warrant officers. The conscript system gives also a good possibility to growth of the defense forces in the future. And one of the two also important parts of it is give us a good connection into the society, to the total defense, because we have a lot more people trained at the armed forces and basic knowledges which can be used also in the total defense for the society. And the defense forces get the opportunity to get qualified people in different specialized functions. So that was basically the Swedish conscript system, which we are working. And in future, we will have train about 8,000 soldiers each year. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Colonel Wilkerson, if you can wrap us up here, and then we'll launch into discussion.
Surely, I always get to clean up. Jackie's initial comments reminded me of my fall semester at William and Mary, where we were in our beginning seminar and I was explaining the syllabus and so forth. And one of the young ladies took a moment when I took a breath, raised her hand. I acknowledged her and she said, "Professor, I'd like to know why I have never lived in a country not at war." I said, "Stick around for all 13 seminars, and I hope you'll be able to answer that question, because that might be a final exam question." Jackie lived that, or almost. Most of my students are 19, 20. I want to talk about what I think are the new threats, the formidable new threats, why they're new threats, and let you think about whether or not the all-volunteer force can deal with them. As I see it, there are 5 new threats that have developed in the first quarter of this new century, largely through U.S. strategic and or political era. I'm going to take them in ascending order of severity. First, Iran, and it will feed into number 4, as you will see, as number 2 and 3 already do. Era by the United States leaving the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the nuclear agreement with Iran. Should we continue with the political attitude, policy, if you will, that it is unacceptable for Iran to develop a nuclear weapon? Should she develop one, which I assure you she probably will if all we do is bomb her from the air, we'll have to invade, because that'll be the only way we'll ensure she doesn't have a nuclear weapon. That will take far more than the AVF. Second is Russia. Its antagonism, regardless of what we think of the Machiavellian in Moscow named Vladimir Putin, is completely our fault. The era was expanding NATO without any regard whatsoever for whose sphere we were expanding it into. My God, my president, George W. Bush, even went to Tbilisi, Georgia, and publicly announced that Georgia would be a member of NATO. Third threat, China. And here it's a little more nuanced. Richard Haas, my old boss at the policy planning staff at the State Department, where I worked for my first 16 months or so, Richard Haas, an otherwise pretty bright man, now president of the Council on Foreign Relations, summed it up the other day when he said, we need strategic clarity now, rather than strategic ambiguity with Taiwan. Bang goes the bell. Abandoning strategic ambiguity when we can't handle either Taiwan or China is a huge mistake. That's why I put this one in the ascending order of severity, almost at the end. China's red line has always been and will continue to be, and she is growing in power to fulfill that red line's being crossed, is Taiwan independence. I got to see it with Chen Shui-bian in 2002 and 2003 when he was seeking a referendum on independence, and Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld, Vice President and Secretary of Defense respectively, were trying essentially to start a new Cold War with China and maybe a little hot war at the commencement. Not good to abandon strategic ambiguity. It was working. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Threat number 4, coming at us with a vengeance now as we have almost totally disassembled the world's nuclear weapons arms control regimes, is that nuclear weapons. We've taken our eye off the ball. We have virtually destroyed arms control. I was holding my breath that Putin's claim for the New START treaty or his wishes for the New START treaty would be acknowledged by the new president. Thank goodness it was. And that last vestige of nuclear arms control, so important because we're the 2 most armed nations in the world in that respect, is going to continue for another 5 years. Thank goodness. But we need to get busy with other arms control, and we need to get busy with the most important arms control mechanism out there, which most of the world is signed up to, and that's the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Last, the monster of them all, the human accelerated climate crisis. Waiting so long, the era, waiting so long to get started on both adaptation and amelioration, and the latter just might destroy us. I see there's going to be a need around mid-century, perhaps earlier if I'm too optimistic, for several million men and women, perhaps in something like FDR's Civilian Conservation Corps, but nonetheless, drafted men and women probably, because volunteers won't do it, to deal with the effects both domestic, the flooding, the fires, so forth, and international of climate change, as our military has to respond repeatedly and almost exclusively to humanitarian disasters from one end of the globe to the other. And don't leave out the fact that, as we did in a CNA analysis several years ago and got to about 2065, we had the peer powers stretching from Tokyo through Washington to Moscow to Beijing actually manning their southern borders because the global south is affected far earlier and more drastically by climate change, manning their borders with troops and machine guns. I remember vividly a German in the briefing that the gamer gave of that particular iteration of the game. He said, no way my people would decide on that. And the gamer just reached under the podium, took out his list of those Germans who had participated in the game. Former military, former political types, and so forth. We were shooting people on the southern borders. Think of today as a premonition of that. So these threats are going to be extremely serious, I think, in ascending order that I gave them. And we don't have a force militarily that can take care of it. Can we re-implement conscription in whatever way we have to and create the size force that we might need to deal with some of these things? I don't know. I think that's the ultimate question people attending this conference ought to contemplate. Thank you.
Colonel Wilkerson, thank you. I think that's a great springboard into discussion here. I would first of all, invite our audience following us online to hop in with questions on the YouTube chat. We'll get to those in sort of the last quarter or so of the panel here. But I'll take moderator's privilege and open us up to some internal discussion here. So let me start off by asking all of our panelists, I think Dr. Schneider will probably start with you because I know you just discussed this recently on another panel, but and had a good phrasing about, I think a great way of orienting us about resiliency. I'd like to ask you all about the idea of a long war or even a long crisis, in particular a climate crisis, a migration crisis. We've got I don't know if it's a peculiarly kind of American trait or it's human nature, but I think we tend to tell ourselves what we want to hear and kind of, formulate a strategy around our strengths a lot of the time or around what we'd like to grapple with instead of what we may be grappling with. And so this kind of short war fallacy and this idea that future wars are going to be short and sharp and high technology and the AI discussion feeds into this and sort of a lot of other pieces. Love to have you all comment on that and talk about that. We've had a recent kind of finalist to be Secretary of Defense talked about sinking the Chinese Navy in 72 hours. I don't think that's in the bounds of possibility, but even if it were, why we think that would be that, and that would be the conflict. So if we can discuss Dr. Schneider and then go on from there if who wants to jump in, but talk about this long war, even, or more broadly, long crisis idea, and how likely is it that that's what we confront and not some short, sharp, high technology war or other crisis we can deal with without a lot of mass and resiliency?
Absolutely. That's a phenomenal question. My recent research has been looking a lot into how we can have resiliency and how we survive, how networks, how campaigns, how critical infrastructure survives kind of the first few volleys. Because in the end, conflict is always about political will. And too often we've jumped into the fallacy that we're able to create political changes with very short and overwhelming use of force. And I think this actually goes back to the early 90s and a lot of what was happening in the transition from the Cold War, the lessons from Vietnam, and then our overwhelming success in Iraq. And I think the lesson that we took from that is that the new American way of war is to win in these kind of technologically dominant short conflicts. But the reality is that it has been, I'm doing some math, 30 years since we started talking about information revolution and RMAs. And our adversaries have seen the methods that we've tried to develop and have worked on counter threat, because this is all about a cycle of developing new campaigns and experimenting with ways of warfare. And so in those 30 years, I think that we've seen significant kind of development of counter threats. At the same time, when we talk about the conflicts or the crises where we foresee the US being involved, they are conflicts and crises where we are geographically disadvantaged. So Taiwan being a great example, here's something that's potentially kind of high salient to the Chinese, and it's also on the Chinese doorstep. And ostensibly the Chinese would start that conflict, which means that the US would be defending from the back, right? And so we've thought about wars where we win by overwhelming force, but they're predicated on an initial offensive advantage. These wars will likely not start that way. And so then you have to think about, how do we survive the second strike? How do we create resiliency? And if you look at kind of where the US was so successful during the period of World War II, it was the inability to crank up its economy, to survive, to continue to put its forces into Europe and the Pacific. And so I think that that's something we haven't thought a lot about. I mean, for example, when I think about the we talk a lot about this in technology, but we think about the all volunteer force. Let's go back to fitness, and you look at some of the fitness standards that are required. We have weeded out tons and tons and tons of people that cannot serve in the military because they can't, I'll pick on the Army, can't do leg tucks, for example. So if we are not doing short wars of technological advantage, and we have to sustain and stay in a conflict for a long period of time, then we're going to need to think more about what are the actual reasons why we don't let people join the military. And I think that also applies to these sustained competitions. In cyber a lot, we hear this word persistence. And so you have to think about, how do we man for something that does not have a short duration? It probably means we need to have a larger and more diverse workforce. And the best way to do that is to think about the integration of the reserves, I think, in a much more of a innovative way.
Thank you. Who wants to jump in next? Yeah, just hop right in.
We're in a sustained crisis right now, and have been in one since arguably January of the previous year. Our performance does not give me a lot of confidence. In fact, it doesn't give me a lot of confidence at all with regard to the climate change challenge. But we've done this before. We've done this over and over again, as a matter of fact, where we're caught unready, we're caught unprepared, and then we suddenly get our act together and we go out and do things. I take Jackie's point to heart, principally because my son he's a Reaper pilot for the Tennessee Air National Guard. And I was going to say to Phil earlier, if you remember Phil's comments, they'll tell you my son flies every day. Sometimes he flies 7 days a week. Sometimes they bring him on active duty so he can fly a little bit less for active duty rather than reserve, and go back and do it again. So it depends on where you are. But here's my point along Jackie's point line. My son says if it weren't for the fighter mafia and the bomber mafia, and all you know what I mean by that, I think, in the Air Force, we wouldn't have a piloted aircraft left now. There wouldn't be a single aircraft that had a pilot in it, except maybe logistics aircrafts and things like that, although they're working on that too. And the Admiral can tell you the Navy's taken an aircraft the size and load of an F-18 off a carrier, flown it to a mission, dropped some PGMs, and bring it back and recovered it. So I think Jackie's got a really valid point there. My question is about the long sustained crisis, is how quickly and how successfully and effectively we can adapt to this, because we're certainly not doing it at any speed that gives me confidence today. And that goes with AI, robotics, and everything else. As much as my old soldier self might not like to talk about those things, I know damn well they're there, and we better use them, and use them better than our enemies.
Admiral Gunn, did you want to jump in?
Sure. A couple of things. First off, I really agree with Colonel Wilkerson that we are in a long war right now. I think it's existential for the human race, and that American leadership is vital, not only at home, but internationally in dealing with this. I don't have as much confidence as I would like to have that we will, as a nation, gather up our shirts around us and do what's necessary, both in the way we live and in the way we employ, train, equip our military to deal with their part of this. One of my principal concerns about the Navy, and Colonel Wilkerson's exactly right about the unpiloted vehicles that are already being experimented off of aircraft carriers. But my problem, I think, is that we are no longer realistically the arsenal of democracy in the event that the long war you're talking about comes to pass. The Navy, just in maintaining the current tempo of operations for ships and people, has not got the maintenance capability or the repair capability to deal with a fleet that is smaller than 300 battle force ships and is supposedly intended to grow considerably from there. At the same time, the kind of investment required in maintenance and sustainment for that fleet is unlikely to be made. Getting back to a comment earlier about Congress, what Congress is interested in, aside from a few people you'll find who are truly dedicated to men and women in uniform and to ensuring they have the resources they need to get the job done. Aside from them, most of the members of Congress, in my experience, are interested in what gets built in their district or their state. And in particular, since half of the discretionary spending of the US government is on defense, they're particularly interested in what's built in their state to equip the military. And so new acquisitions are a far more intriguing topic for members of Congress, in my experience, than maintenance and logistics. So I'll end there.
Thank you. And Colonel Anderson, any thoughts, both long war, long crisis, Sweden's situation in particular and geography, or more broadly?
Yeah, I think that the short wars with a decisive end is an illusion. And maybe if we could look into the future and see how long war would be, might not be as eager to start them. That's a reflection on that. And history, I can't find so many examples in history of short wars. And we can just look at Donbass and the situation which is going on since 2014 now. Seems to be continuing further on in a long time. And also, I just want to reflect on this fifth point about the refugee crisis. The Swedish approach to it has been to deploy forces into UN-mandated operations around the world, just to try to support other UN agencies to improve the living conditions to avoid a refugee crisis. And the third point is that conscripts are not allowed to be used abroad. So that's the constitution in Sweden. Conscript is just allowed to be deployed for the defense of the Swedish territory. So that was also one reason that we went for the all voluntary force in 2010, because then it was mandatory for both the enlisted and the officers to continue in international operations.
Gil, I'd like to ask Colonel Anderson a question.
By all means.
I recently got a cold call from a member of the Norwegian Parliament who apparently had Googled me or Wikipedia'd me or whatever, and wanted to know what I, as a military professional, thought about the willingness of the United States to implement Article 5 for Norway. And he started describing a scenario not unlike Ukraine, but it's Norway. Ukraine's not a NATO member. Norway has Article 5 guarantees now. And I found it difficult to tell him that under every single circumstance, if a hybrid war were to begin in Norway, would we declare it an Article 5 issue and come to Norway's defense or help them, other than maybe putting some Marines on the ground and giving them point for point with the little green men? It's a strategic conundrum, really, when you think about it, and you think about how much we've put into expanding NATO and how many people now, how many countries now, we now guarantee Article 5 to. And you go back to the days of the 30s and die for Danzig, Or as I said to my boss, Colin Powell, when Bush came back from Tbilisi after declaring Georgia would be a member of NATO, how many Americans are going to die for Tbilisi? I think that's a serious question to ask, and it's particularly serious about the most successful political and military alliance, I think, in human history, the NATO alliance.
Yes, can you please repeat the question?
Well, the question is, do you feel any sense of Norway's angst? Not with regard to NATO so much, but with regard to what is clearly your prime threat. Otherwise, you wouldn't have that rule that conscripts can't go overseas, but they can fight in Sweden.
Yeah, so if I start to speak for Norway, I think they feel the threat as well as we do from Russia. And then the Article 5 is, since we are not a NATO member in Sweden, as you know, I think it was also might be that there came some doubt into it due to your last or your former administration and the statements done. Maybe it was not, it didn't turn out that well in Europe, the statement, even though it might not be meant that way. It was interpreted that way, that might not trust any support. Maybe it was a good thing also to put more effort into the national defense forces, both in manpower and investments in equipment. But we feel the same threat as the Norwegians.
Thank you. Thank you for your candor.
Yeah, we spent a good chunk of the previous question talking about automation and manpower. Let's try to address that even a little more directly. I think there's a sense, especially among civilians or folks that are kind of casually acquainted with foreign affairs and with conflict around the world, that things are automating very rapidly. Colonel Wilkerson, you said your son's comment about the cultural hanging on to manned aircraft. We've got recent lessons for folks paying closer attention. We've got recent lessons from Libya and Nagorno-Karabakh that may be of some use. But moving forward, how much is this accurate? As much as we can, see the future darkly. What do we all think about the balance between automation and manpower? How much of this is potentially oversold? What is in the near term? Call it this decade in front of us, the 2020s. How much more automated is warfare going to be? How much are we going to rely on unmanned systems? Which, and I know Dr. Schneider's probably chomping at the bit to tell us that unmanned systems have a big tail too, and those are not. The manpower is just in a different place, and sometimes there's even more of it than when we would send a 19-year-old with a rifle or something similar to do the job. But what does that look like to all of you? That automation manpower balance is mass less of, or even no longer a principle of warfare, or is that empty battlefield and automated battlefield, is that pretty oversold? I don't know, Admiral Gunn, if you want to lead off. I know the Navy has had some, let's call it, not fully formed or not fully successful experiments with optimal manning and with damage control and all the pieces that come with that.
Yes, the ships we build in the Navy have to last a long time, and we're gradually coming to the recognition that the more modularity you build into ships, the more likely it is that you'll eventually be able to upgrade their combat capability and their information collecting capability and all of those kinds of things as new developments occur. Otherwise, you're stuck with something that was 50s technology built in the 60s that you still have a huge investment in that you can no longer put at the front line on the battlefield. I think that realization is going to be very important. We've been talking about the long war. I don't think that the Navy, in my view, Lee Gunn's view, that the Navy is planning on a long war. I think that that's reflected in the fact, as I mentioned earlier, that maintenance and sustainability has not been, in my view, an adequate focus for the Navy. That applies to AI and other advanced materials management and automation, just like it does to hardware, to hull technicians, and those kinds of things. So we've had some really breakthrough developments on the Ford-class aircraft carrier, the first of those ships with electromagnetic launch systems, with a great deal of electrification in the ship and the removal of almost all the steam, is something that facilitates for the 50 or 60-year life of that aircraft carrier the kind of changes I'm talking about, the modular removal and replacement of major components of the combat system and the operational support for aircraft that will allow it to remain something like competitive over time. The ship has already launched. We have a refueling drone that's coming online that will be operated as part of the carrier air wing. Will be entirely remotely operated and will be shouldering a great deal of the responsibility for in-flight refueling for Navy aircraft. That's moving in a very good direction. And I'd like to see more of that. I think we will see more of that. We're training the supporters as well as the operators in order to deal with that. So anyway, the Navy has a lot to learn, but there's a lot in development as well. And I think there's a great deal of receptivity to innovative approaches to not only surviving, but prevailing in the battle space.
Thank you. Whoever wants to jump in.
This is a really wonderful question. It's something that keeps me up at night. So I want to think about I want to start with a bit of an anecdote. So back in the day, many years ago, when I worked in a fighter squadron, we had this new, well, it was a kind of new thing called Link 16, which is a data link that provides information to the pilot, both from onboard and offboard sensors, and it provides a level of understanding about what's going on in the airspace far above the radar. So I worked in an F-16 squadron. If anyone's seen, F-16 radars, typically it's a little bit like a Commodore user interface, right, with the radar. Link 16 provides a lot more information. And when we would bring young pilots out, they had been trained on Link 16. They'd grown up on Link 16, which is heavily automated. And when the Link 16 was down, they would do what's called, they say, oh, red ball. Red ball means I can't fly this. It needs maintenance, right? So they'd have to switch to another jet. The old pilots would take the jet and they would fly the jet without Link 16. So I think I say this as an example of how we need to think about training the future force, because the future force has to not only be able to understand the technology and the automation that's in their system so they can best employ it, so that they can use it appropriately, so that when there are threats to it, they can respond to it, but they also have to be able to operate without the automation. I mean, I think that's why the Naval Academy is now training their cadets, with compasses again, instead of just being reliant on GPS. So I think the future force has a really, really difficult problem of having to both create this high technology understanding of the automation underlying their systems and be able to operate without the automation. Because I think the force of the future needs to be able to gracefully degrade instead of what I see as a binary, where as we get more and more automated and that technology becomes more and more complicated, less and less people are able to understand how it works. And so when it doesn't work, you can't work with 50% of it. It either works or it doesn't work. And so the force of the future needs to be able to kind of move from that binary to a graceful degradation. Now, I think as we're developing our future force, that's a very, very difficult and complicated phenomenon. And it might mean that we have less and almost more expensive technologists, but then we have to somehow compensate for that with mass. And I think that's actually where unmanned systems can really provide help. Especially very, very cheap unmanned systems that are not remotely crewed at all, and using those for sensors, for comm relays, for sabotage, sticking a swarm of very cheap drones off the edge of an aircraft carrier so that it makes it difficult to take off or land aircraft. I see this as being a real opportunity for unmanned systems because I don't think we're going to have enough human beings to do that kind of work.
Gil, as Jackie was talking, and previously as the Admiral was talking, I'm thinking about something that my son has said to me a number of times about his experience as a drone pilot. There is a danger too, a danger some of us were attributing to the all-volunteer force, that is to say it leads into more wars than we should get into, that with automation like the drone, for example, or with the 3D manufactured $100,000 a piece submarine made on the shore of Virginia, swam out into the Atlantic with all kinds of smart minds on it, killing a $14 billion Nimitz-class carrier. Of course, we wouldn't kill our own carrier, but just to tell you, the enemy can do that too. This might lead to a situation where we have more war and more vicious and inhumane war because no humans are endangered until you come to the shore, as it were. So that's something that we're looking at with the drone community right now. President Biden and his transition team were looking at it. I assume they're still looking at it. How much do you want to use this? President Obama made maximum use of it all across the globe. At one time, we were using drones flying across 9 countries' borders with whom we were not at war constitutionally, and we were killing people. So this makes it a lot easier to kill people.
Yeah, absolutely. I know the current administration, I think, is reviewing the use of drones and all those signature strikes and all these other ways of doing business outside of actual war zones. Now, of course, we haven't declared any of these wars, but at least there's a discussion internally about fighting a drone campaign in a half dozen to a dozen countries where we don't even have U.S. troops or very, vanishing small kind of direct military footprint. No, agreed 100%. Next, I'd like to ask you all the kind of U.S. situation in particular, and I want us to sort of talk about both the U.S. advantages and disadvantages. This country is blessed with, probably the greatest strategic geography any major power has ever had in world history that I can think of off the top of my head, in terms of being surrounded, by oceans and by weak, friendly neighbors. At the same time, we're a global military power and have found ourselves compelled or chosen to project power all over the world. So there's things on both sides of the ledger there. But given all of that, what should for the AVF and potentially for other solutions going forward, what should our breakdown of active duty, operational reserve, and then strategic reserve, which is something we claim to have, and I would argue don't really have anymore, especially with any real mass, as we've, previous panel discussed this, as we've made the Guard and the reserve an operational reserve and a gap filler and a huge part of the overseas deployment rotation and the combat rotation, carrying the load over the last 20 years. What going forward, king for a day, if you were running the Pentagon and had the ability and the political will to make some real long-term changes and move the needle, what should that breakdown look like versus what it is now for the military as a whole, maybe especially the Army, given the way the Army works, but across the board, whoever wants to jump in on that.
Well, as a currently serving reservist who has strong opinions about this, I'll take the first whack at that one. And actually, I have a piece in War on the Rocks. It's called "Moving Beyond the Total Force," where I argue for a more of a strategic reserve. So, the argument that I make in the War on the Rocks piece is that in the desire for the reserve and the Guard, I focus mostly on the reserve because I think actually the Guard has other way more complicated issues about domestic support. So I'm just going to focus on the reserve here. That we have overused the reserve and turned them basically into an active duty light, where their primary responsibility is filling in for the active duty. So especially in deployed locations, so that we don't have to resort to a draft. And in creating an extremely lethal and ready operational reserve, we have then kind of accidentally gotten away from some of the real unique qualities of a civilian or a citizen, citizen airman, citizen sailor, citizen soldier force. And one of the things that I think we really do not take advantage of is the individual ready reserve, or the participating individual ready reserve. These are reservists that that potentially they're still in the books, but they're basically not used whatsoever. And we have made sure not to invest in these reservists, basically kind of letting it die, and instead investing in more and more full-time reservists. But this program of a, individual ready reserve that actually is able to jump back into the active reserve is a really interesting opportunity for us to have a much larger strategic force that doesn't affect the overall end state that is congressionally mandated, that looks more like the active duty. So you use this force so that when things like the pandemic come up and we realize, wow, it would be really nice to have some more epidemiologists in the US military, or very specific skill sets, that you're able to go to this group of people who have identified themselves as, I have served, or I'm willing to serve, I have my basic readiness requirements, I can jump in next week when there's a crisis, and you're able to bring those people in. Now, right now, we have no database of these people. We have no idea of the skills that are sitting inside this group. This summer, I worked on a project. We were trying to identify some of the software developers and venture capitalists, and we put out kind of a voluntary call to the Air Force Reserve. And oh my goodness, the amount of talent that is sitting out there that we had no idea about because it didn't align with Air Force or military specialty codes, but this was their citizen job. And this is a really interesting group of people, and we can expand that group of people, because I think there actually is a lot of people who are willing and eager to serve, but that the rigid kind of active duty look of the reserve force makes that very difficult. So my hope is that we can actually, if I was king for the day, I would invest in a strategic reserve, not necessarily as a competitor to the very, very operationally ready reserve, but instead as an augmented capability, and also kind of a really wonderful way to bring more people into national public service.
Gil, that's just picking up on what Jackie said. That's one of the reasons I think General H is onto something when he says we would draft into the reserves, make them more healthy, build them up. We might even think about drafting particular skills through a lottery, but drafting particular skills, and then give them choices. If they like what they're doing, they might want to migrate into the active force, and the active force might want them if they bring such special skills. If they want to stay in the reserves, they stay in the reserves. If they deploy one time to an overseas theater, they're out. If they want to be out, they're done. They've established their commitment. They're through. And other intricacies like that you could work out over time, and I think make the reserves a much healthier place.
Thanks, Admiral Gunn. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I like these ideas very much. My son is a 06 serving reservist right now. He's deployed on his second one-year pump to the Middle East. My son-in-law is an 06 active Navy as well. I like these concepts. I served on a national study asked for by Mike Mullen when he was the Chief of Naval Operations, asking what the Navy should do to prepare its people for the coming peace and the coming war. And so we suggested, among other things, direct hires from the limitations that Dr. Snyder talks about are very real. The rigid personnel structure, mostly overseen very carefully by the Congress of the United States. But this rigid structure means that we will have, if we need to, a very difficult time expanding rapidly. At the beginning of World War II, there were about 100,000 people in the US Navy. in 1945, as the demobilization began, there were 4.5 million people in the US Navy. 95% of all the Navy officers in 1945 were reservists. That mechanism, the mobilization mechanism that allowed that to happen, that caused that to happen, does not exist now, as far as I know. And recreating that could be the most important thing that we undertake, and allowing it to focus on, as Colonel Wilkerson says, on specific skills, and allowing people to enter at grades, pay grades that are commensurate with the skills that they've acquired elsewhere and the responsibilities that will be thrust upon them in the military. That's important too.
I want to, if I don't mind, just piggyback on this, because there's a few, in case anybody's watching, there's a few really pragmatic things that people can do here. First off, this has to come from Congress. The services have an incentive when they're given their in-state to take that, their investment in the reserves and focus on the CELRES, the selective reserve. Why? Because you get more man-days out of them. Why in the world would you take your limited resources and the limited billets that you've been given and invest in a group of people who you may only be able to use sparsely, okay? So there's no way that the services on their own are going to pony up and say, we want to invest in this, because they're very focused on filling their CELRES billets. And if those CELRES billets are not filled, why would they focus on the PIR or the IRR? Number one. Number two, there's some technological things that have happened or that we can invest in that can make this process a lot easier. There's a program called Gig Eagle, which DIU is currently working on. And I think US Space Force is actually going to be the first service that tries to pilot it, where it thinks about work in terms of projects. It advertises those projects on a website, and then it matches or allows people to match themselves with the project. So if I'm really good at coding and a software development unit like Kessel Run has a program where they need a specific type of coding, Kessel Run can say, here are the parameters of the work that we want. Here is the level of person that we want. Here are the skills. Here's how we're going to pay them and compensate them in the work, right? And then, you know, somebody can match with them, or they can go out and say, hey, you're really interesting. You have exactly the skills we're looking for. I know that you're currently working at Amazon. What can we do to convince you to come work for Kessel Run for a short period of time? So that technology, I think, will actually help us to kind of overcome some of the problems we've had in the past about doing this. And then there are actual laws about how the US military can ask for and then keep information about civilian expertise. Those are antiquated and not useful, and they don't deal with kind of the voluntary nature of this group of people. So that's something I think that we need to re-examine so that we can change that. Yeah.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. Colonel Anderson, any thoughts, especially given Sweden's situation and move back to conscription on that active duty, operational reserve, strategic reserve balance?
Yeah, I think we have rebalancing at the moment to have more conscripts and enlarge our reserve, because the conscripts will be in the reserve. And as pointed out now in the last discussion, I think the conscript system is beneficial, because then we towards a profile that we will fulfill in the wartime position, we can choose about among these 90,000 which civil training and education and interest they have. So we can choose the most professional or most suited to fulfill the wartime position. So I agree totally with that. It's a big advantage to have the conscript system, because you have a lot bigger population to choose among to have a more effective defense force.
Thank you. We turn to this question of talent management and acquisition, and I guess retention downstream from there. Obviously, I think the U.S. military, I follow what the Army's doing the most, and there are a bunch of different initiatives. Whether you're talking about, we talked about lateral entry, which is now on the books, but of course has been barely used, if at all, about bringing people in at higher grades due to civilian expertise, as Admiral Gunn mentioned. The Army's doing a bunch of different things. Battalion commander assessment, kind of in-person assessment boards. sort of like an NFL combine for battalion commanders on that talent piece, and all kinds of initiatives to shape the force and get at some of these skill sets, cyber being maybe one of the most prominent, but there's all kinds of other examples. But the question is this, how much are we perhaps kind of mirroring what I think we're doing in acquisitions, where we're in real danger of building a very expensive, very exquisite, very high capability force? And maybe that's, you mentioned the Ford class carriers are an example of that, but where we have some very expensive, very capable platforms, we have very few of them because of the cost. Are we potentially doing the same thing manpower wise, where we may have a handful of epidemiologists or real kind of whizzes in the cyber field or phenomenal best of the best battalion commanders, but we're putting all of our eggs in very few people or a limited number of people, just as we may be in terms of our platforms. So whoever wants to kind of jump on that.
Yeah, Gil, the Navy had an example in one particular area that illustrates the peril associated with that. When we originally designed the LCS, the Littoral Combat Ship, the notion at first was that this ship that's about 4,000 tons, the size of the frigate that I commanded that had a crew of 300, but the original crew would be 42 or 44 people. And that eventually expanded to 77. And one of the reasons it expanded to 77 was because that's the number of crew berths that were built into the ship. The point was that even at 77, certainly much more at 42 people for that crew, everyone had to be able to do 3 or 4 jobs. Now, that makes sense if you're dealing with an entire crew of experienced sailors who've been trained and rotated through billets that allow them to acquire those kinds of skills. Where do they get those kinds of skills? We originally intended to build 55 of these ships, and the notion was that somewhere else in the fleet, these new people would learn the skills that were necessary, and we would eventually funnel them into these elegantly manned small ships, and they'd come with the experience they needed. That has not been successful. And we can go into that at length. It's not important to do here. But the point is, you can bet your future in the military on a few elegantly trained people. And if you don't create the workarounds when they're not there or things go wrong, then you're really mortgaging your future in combat.
That comment, Admiral, reminds me of when Powell was asked by a newspaper reporter why he used 4 carrier battle groups in the first Gulf War. And he said, because I didn't have 5.
Exactly.
I think this question about manpower and that manpower becoming so technically competent that it becomes actually very difficult and expensive to maintain is a real problem. You see it actually with aircrew because there's pilot shortages in many of the services. So it's a problem. But as somebody who has served in a service that generally puts the equipment over the people, I think that if we think about our budgets, we should focus more on the people. I think we'll get more returns. I think actually, if you look at what the real U.S. kind of way of war is where we've succeeded is our investment in people and our ability to provide ways for people to innovate operationally and strategically and tactically. And so I think that's where the biggest returns are. Now, that said, if you look at the DoD's costs, the DoD costs are not really the personnel costs. Yeah, they're big for active duty, but the real cost comes in the benefits, the retirement, and most importantly, the health benefits. My grandparents are 85. They have not paid almost anything for their health insurance their entire lives because my grandpa served 21 years as a personnel officer in the 60s and 70s. That is a politically contentious topic. It needs to be dealt with. We really probably need to talk about TRICARE for our retired group. And then I think if we are giving more flexible ways to serve, and if we get rid of up and out promotion, then we might be able to also incentivize people to work, not necessarily just for the 20-year retirement pay. And we've already seen a change in the retirement pay moving to kind of something that looks a little bit more like the civilian world. But I think if you're incentivizing people to not necessarily just stay in for the TRICARE for life and the retirement, then you might decrease some of that pay, because that is a huge chunk of the Department of Defense budget.
I don't necessarily disagree with that, Gil, but let me remind Jackie that, as George Washington said to his troops, it ain't retired pay, it's half pay. We called up for the first Gulf War an 85-year-old boiler tender for one of the ships we pulled out of the James River fleet. He made 2 transits to the Gulf. It's half pay. You can be called up. I got my letter from Secretary Rumsfeld when I was Chief of Staff of the State Department. Powell put me into the critical category, so I didn't have to go. I was ready to go. I told him they would have sent me to the Pentagon and sent some younger colonel to the Gulf. But I was ready to go. But I had to be ready to go, because up to a certain age of mental and physical incapability, you are callable up.
Just one additional comment on that. I'm callable too. And for the majority of my career when I was at sea, I was working in manpower and personnel stuff. And I began in earnest before I left active duty to try to get Navy leaders to stop talking about manning ships and crewing ships, and instead talk about equipping sailors. You know, the Marine Corps doesn't put the emphasis on manning units. They put the emphasis on training Marines and equipping Marines. And I have always wanted to maintain that the idea when we build a ship is that it's a piece of equipment that men and women eventually will have to use. And that mindset, changing that mindset, I think could have reverberations throughout the entire Navy structure.
Thank you. We're coming towards the end of our time here, but I've got one specific question for Colonel Anderson, who's been bravely soldiering on here with a down video feed, and sometimes these things happen. You know, one of the unsung perils of COVID. But question for you, Colonel, and then I'll open it up just to, you know, saved rounds, final thoughts, kind of a rapid fire, a couple of minutes across the board. If everybody has anything else they want to get out there, anything we haven't addressed, any other food for thought as we wrap up the panel and move to our debate. So Colonel Anderson, could you talk a little bit about 2 things kind of briefly? One, we talk about different manning models, and we talked about conscription specifically, you know, going back to our, I don't know if you saw it, but our opening speaker and discussion with Elliot Ackerman, a former Marine and author and journalist. The selective Scandinavian conscription model that I think is getting more attention, starting to, even the mainstream press is kind of picking up on this, folks interested in defense. Rusi has done some work on this, looking at that kind of selective conscription, almost really induced volunteerism that you see in Norway. It's a great example. It's on the books in Denmark. And then contrast that with, of course, the other neighbor is a very different animal. I'm lucky enough to spend some time with them. The Finns have essentially universal male conscription, pretty close to it. It ends up being about 65 to 70% of a male cohort actually serves, and then women can volunteer. So if you can talk about, Sweden looks to its neighbors, looks to the selective Scandinavian model, and then the all-encompassing Finnish model. If you could talk about that, where Sweden sits on that continuum, and then additionally, a little separate, as Sweden has gone back to conscription, what have been the real challenges of doing that? What has been the hardest thing to relearn organizationally, tactically, what have you? What does that look like?
Jill, thank you for the questions. I think comparing with other Scandinavian countries, Finland is most like what we had before we suspended conscript service. They were very similar, where we brought in almost all males to conscript service. And then we have the quite large defense force. We could call up 850,000 under arms. Now we will aim for 90,000. And as you mentioned, it's all males are mandatory in Finland, and females can volunteer. Denmark has a system with all males. Is it mandatory? But to be fair, they have a lottery system to choose the ones who are going to serve, and females are volunteer. Norway, I would say they are most like us now because they have mandatory both for males and females since 2015, and they draft 15% of the 18 years old every year. Turning to the challenges, I would say one of the challenges is now the officers, the active officers who are going to train the conscripts, because now we have had 10 to 15 years when the officers don't have trained conscripts. So the collective memory is, for that category, gone. They have been engaged in Afghanistan with professional soldiers, and it's a bit different to train conscripts. And the ambition, I would say, in some part, most on the fiscal side, has to be lowered to meet the fiscal status of the conscripts. It's also a change in the mindset when we're going from expeditionary forces to national defense. And the last, I would say, is that we changed also the officers' NCO and warranty officer system. We recruited the personnel we could get. Now we are bringing in another kind of personnel with other ranks. So there seems to be some frictions between the different ranks now, because they are not really merging, because that's two different systems. And we have done officers and NCO coming from long service, and we are now bringing reserve officers and conscript officers in with a different background, shorter training. So we will have some friction and sort these things out the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's unfortunately we're running out of time and can't jump into that, but the officer NCO enlisted dynamic at a conscript forces are fascinating to me. When I was in Sweden a year and a half ago, just before the pandemic kicked off, it was interesting that almost all the sergeant majors I talked to had been prior officers, and it basically laterally moved into being high-level NCOs when the manpower model flipped. So anyway, ton to chew on, but unfortunately running out of time here. If give you all a couple of minutes in the order we did the initial statements, just to wrap up, concluding thoughts, other things for our audience, for each other to chew on.
Just one quick comment. It's about universal public service. From time to time, people get excited about. There are some folks that are continually excited about the idea of merely making the military one choice among many for universal public service. I see all sorts of advantages to that with regard to actually physically, personally, individually learning civics lessons, integration, all of those things. I'm afraid that the problem, though, is that 6 million Americans turn 18 every year. And the military would certainly not want anybody for less than 2 years, prefer 3, but the idea of trying to manage a force and find meaningful engagement for 12 or 13 million young Americans would have to create a bureaucracy the likes of which we've never seen. So I'm afraid it's a non-starter, but I just wanted to mention it. I think there are great advantages to such a plan. I just don't think it would work. And I don't think it would work culturally in our country either. That's all.
But jump in real quickly, bookend off of that. The flip side of what you're saying is that it would be for the military an embarrassment of riches. If they're getting maybe close to the cream of the crop out of a huge manpower pool, and it becomes a competitive national service where they only need a small chunk of that. If we were to make that move, and if we needed to make that move, there would be a lot of bureaucratic and selection and manpower challenges. But at the same time, the quality of folks you'd be getting, I think, would be phenomenal. So,
Absolutely.
Yeah, I guess my final statements would echo. I think that we should find more ways for people to be able to serve their country. And the military should be a compelling and flexible place that people are able to serve. In order to do that, we have to think a little bit outside the box. And we do have to invest in some of that bureaucracy to be able to employ people. And I think in general, if we can invest more in people and think more about people and a little bit less about technology, I'll tell you, for everyone who said that we need to do acquisitions reform, oh my gosh, spend a day in the life of a personnelist. It is 1,000 times wonkier and far more rigid and difficult. So if we can focus as much on personnel reform as we do on technology and acquisition reform, I think our Department of Defense will be in a better place.
Boy, let me echo that. Personnel reform needs to happen, and it needs to happen yesterday. One of the reasons you have so many generals in Afghanistan is because the personnel officers say, you can't serve any longer. You have to come home. You have to come home and give this other guy an opportunity. You have to come home and give this other person an opportunity, and so forth and so on. The personnel systems are driving our services in ways that most Americans simply don't realize. As to the larger point about national service, I agree with Admiral Gunn. We couldn't pay them. We couldn't possibly create a bureaucratically effective and efficient system to manage them. And we'd wind up disenchanting so many people that it would be backfiring on us within a year or two, I think. It's a laudable purpose, but for a nation of 330 million going for 350 by mid-century, it's just not scalable. Maybe for Denmark or Sweden or Finland or something like that, a smaller country with a smaller population and North Sea oil, maybe they could do it, but I just don't think the United States could do it, as laudable a proposition as it might be.
And Colonel Anderson, any concluding thoughts?
Yeah, I think the future is the conscript system. It has solid support from the population, and also it has the potential to expand into the different other areas which might be needed for future threats. Not necessarily within the military realm, but other parts of the society to support future challenges.
Thank you. I want to thank all of our panelists. This was a fascinating discussion. As I've said, I think we've all kind of said that we could chew on this all day, but in the interest of your attention and time and everybody's day jobs, we're going to break here. Give us about, call it 5 minutes. We're going to transition to our live concluding debate here at Catholic University of America. So we'll be starting, call it 1:10, and you may be a couple of minutes early for our viewers. So thank you all again. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you for
Yes,
We aren't live yet.
we are.
No, we're not.
Oh, wait, wait a second. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Colonel Margaret Cope, retired Air Force, and I will be the moderator for the debate this afternoon. Resolved, America's all-volunteer force is a failing experiment. The format of the debate has already been gone over by the debaters, but we will have opening remarks followed by questions. And then there will be some final remarks by both of the debaters. So our debaters today are going to be Major General Dennis Blake and Dr. Jill Ruff. Dr. Jill Ruff is a distinguished visiting fellow at George Mason University. She has 25 years experience in national security and defense policy and is a captain in the U.S. Navy Reserve. We welcome you, and with that, I will turn over the first part for brief opening remarks by General Lake.
Thank you. 48 years ago, in 1973, two decisions were made in our nation's capital that impacted the social fabric of our republic. One of those decisions has been litigated, debated, and challenged regularly. The other one has never been rigorously examined or challenged. The first decision came from the Supreme Court in Roe versus Wade, legalizing abortion. The other decision came from Congress to move to an all-volunteer force model of manning our military and abandon conscription. As a result of the AVF decision, 330 million Americans lay claim to rights, liberties, and freedoms that not a single one of them are obligated to protect and defend. The task of defending the nation falls to a small segment of the population that is not racially, geographically, or socioeconomically representative of the broader population. This represents a threat not only to our national security, but also to the social fabric of our democracy. The issue of how to man a nation's military is not new. Writers, politicians, and pundits often invoke the wisdom of our founding fathers. General George Washington, perhaps the most famous and most respected of those founding fathers, said in 1783, and I quote, "It may be laid down as a primary position and the basis of our system that every citizen who enjoys the protection of a free government owes not only a portion of his property, but even of his personal services to the defense of it." The AVF model is clearly at odds with General Washington's counsel. I would suggest and propose that the all-volunteer force is unfair, inefficient, unsustainable, and contributes to the civil-military gap and the militarization of U.S. foreign policy. Today, we'll engage in a national dialogue, a fact-based national dialogue that it challenges these issues. And I think it's important to recognize once again that this is an issue that not only affects national security, but also, and perhaps more importantly, the social fabric of our democracy. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And thanks for having me here. I'm honored to join this event, and I learned a great deal from this morning's sessions. I'm particularly grateful to General H for inviting me to be part of this debate as the United States nears the 50-year anniversary of the creation of the all-volunteer force. Discussions like this one are really critical to ensuring we have the best security and defense policies moving forward. As scholars and practitioners in the field, we need to continually challenge our assumptions, think outside the box, and envision what the nation needs, not only today, but in the decades to come. And General H pushes us to do that. So while I agree with him, and I think we should get into a little bit more debate here, that the all-volunteer force is expensive and that we need to ensure military service is desirable career path for all Americans, regardless of their geography, economic status, and other factors, and that we need to inspire and/or incentivize all Americans to have skin in the game. I firmly disagree with him that the all-volunteer force is a failed experiment. Indeed, I argue the opposite is true. The all-volunteer force has ushered in unprecedented levels of professionalism, a degree of technical expertise essential in modern military operations, and a force structure that builds a foundation for a layered defense system. So I had my 10 minutes of an opening statement prepared. Let me just walk through the points as briefly as possible. I'll give you a little bit of context on how we got here. I'm sure there's plenty of individuals either watching online or in this room that know or remember the toll that Vietnam took on the military as an institution. By all accounts, the Army was overutilized and under-resourced. It fought an increasingly popular war. It was challenged by poorly trained conscripts, annual personnel rotations, drugs, discipline issues, anti-establishment dissent. The reserve component at the time was underfunded, ill-trained, and generally ignored. From an organizational standpoint, both the active and the reserve force was struggling, if not broken. But the decision to end the draft was a political one. President Nixon made an election year promise in 1968 to end conscription, and he appointed the Gates Commission to determine the best way forward. The Gates Commission knew that the volunteer force was an experimental idea, but they unanimously recommended it anyway. They believed the nation needed to transform its military from a conscript-based wartime setting to a professional, disciplined volunteer force, supported by a reinvigorated selective service system, which we'll talk about later. Believe it or not, the transformation worked. To some degree, General H's objections here reflect the wild success of the all-volunteer force. Even as the Gates Commission set us on this pathway, they identified some known risks. Many expressed concerns that it would be too expensive over time, or that the military would become increasingly insular and not representative of the society that it defends. We're right to be concerned about these things, but that's not because the AVF failed. It's because the AVF succeeded. Again, my thesis is that the AVF ushered in unprecedented levels of professionalism. The technical expertise required for modern warfare exists in the AVF, and that it established a foundation for a layered defense system of the nation. In comparison to the 1973 force, data today shows that service members are older, they stay in the force longer, and they're more diverse. That's not my opinion, that's just demographics. They're also more highly educated. According to Pew Research, 8 in 10 active duty officers have a bachelor's degree. They're 4 times as likely as the average American adult to have a graduate degree. On the enlisted side, 98% of personnel have completed high school or some college. In 1973, that number was only 65% of new enlistees who are high school graduates. And they want to be here. Today's military personnel are not forced into service. Yes, we have plenty of enlistees who join the military to leave their small town, to pay to college, to find a way out of their circumstances. But long gone are the days where American judges sentence juvenile delinquents to the Army instead of jail. And bonuses are not bribes. DoD does use enlistment bonuses up to $40,000, but it varies over time and by branch, occupation, and length of contract. For example, the Air Force typically gives a $10,000 bonus to pararescue jumpers and linguists and explosive ordnance technicians. The Navy offers $40,000 for recruits who are entering nuclear power school. Considering the strategic value of our nation's submarine force, that may well be a bargain. One of the reasons bonuses are higher today is because opportunity costs are higher. The average cost of a public in-state 4-year university, just tuition, is about $10,000. If you add in room and board and other expenses, it's about $25,000 a year. If you graduate in 4 years, that's $100,000. But most students don't graduate in 4 years. Only 40% of them do. The graduation rate at the 6-year mark is only 60%. So if you have that kind of upfront cash, great. But if you don't, and you don't want to carry the debt, and you want to join the military and either get that bonus or earn a GI Bill benefit for your children, that could be an incentive that offsets your opportunity costs. In addition to being a professional force, the all-volunteer force brings a level of technical expertise that's absolutely essential to modern operations. While there is and will always be a need for select numbers of minimally skilled recruits, today's military demands a degree of technical acumen that's critical to operations and unlikely to be found in the draftee pool. DoD needs mechanics and administrative specialists, but we also need drone operators, uniformed cyber specialists, satellite communications engineers. In fact, the Department of Defense, as we speak, is trying to grow a space force to protect and defend the vast network of space capabilities that we have, protecting the nation, its military, our critical infrastructure, and every modern component of life. While I acknowledge we have work to do to figure out how we can recruit the talent we need in the future, I'm not willing to jeopardize the success of the military by pretending these skills are not crucial to modern warfare and worth paying for. We need to not only maintain the existing degree of technical expertise in the force, but we need to grow it. There's much more about all of this I'm sure we will get into, but let me just touch on my final point very briefly. Today's all-volunteer force provides the foundation upon which America can build a layered defense system. In 1970, although he did not fully embrace the Gates Commission recommendations, then Secretary of Defense Melvin Laird introduced this crazy new radical policy, the total force policy. And that was that members of the Guard and Reserve, instead of draftees, would be the initial and primary source of personnel augmentation. To many of us today, this concept seems sort of uneventful or nothing new, but it was a significant change in operations at the end of Vietnam. President Johnson had refused to mobilize the reserves. He thought it would send an escalatory message. So over the course of 10 years in Vietnam, maybe 3,000 reservists were deployed. As a result of these very limited mobilization policies, the ranks of the Guard filled with those who wanted to avoid the draft, and Americans came to see National Guardsmen as draft dodgers. Reserve component funding was reduced, training was degraded, and the military competency of the reserve force was evaporated. So Secretary Laird, along with General Abrams in the Army at the time, restructured the force to ensure that the active Guard and reserve forces were integrated. The total force saw some ups and downs during the Cold War. They had a little bit of an institutional drama over the roundout brigades in Gulf War I. But if you fast forward to September 11th, overnight, the reserve component became critical to wartime military operations. I agree with General H, as he mentioned earlier in the panel. Operations in Iraq and Afghanistan would have been unsustainable without the reserve component. But that's the way the system was designed. It worked. The reserves became the nation's initial and primary source of personnel augmentation. And today, the reserve component is operational, it's relevant, it's combat tested. If the military is again faced with personnel needs beyond the active component, or if they need to rapidly expand the size of the force, the all-volunteer force, the total force, active Guard and reserve, offers the initial force structure to do so. That said, I believe there are several scenarios in which the total force would be insufficient for the nation's needs. That's where conscription comes in. Not for the purposes of forcing the wealthiest 1% to pay attention to foreign policy, but for the needs of the nation. To anyone who's paying attention to some of the policy proposals that we've discussed, the idea of a peacetime rolling draft is on the table, and it's a wonderful thought experiment. But I think it's just that. It fails when it comes to implementation. I strongly support a robust and layered defense system that relies on the active force, reserve force volunteers, but then it needs to be backed up by a ready system that can support mobilization when we need it. To Phil Carter's point earlier today, national security leadership should relook at selective service. We need to revisit the Gates Commission, the recommendations on the standby draft. The national security leadership should review the recommendations of the 2020 report from the National Commission on Military National Public Service, which I worked at, especially that which related to mobilizing and strengthening national mobilization systems. And we also need to promote the idea and reaffirm the fundamental belief that's the responsibility of all Americans, men and women, to defend the nation when called to do so. And in return, it's the nation's responsibility to strengthen the all-volunteer force so it can continue to meet the nation's security needs and to involuntarily call Americans into military service only when they're required. I think I'll stop with that and look forward to the questions.
Thank you. First question. In the near future, some disruptive technologies will come online and further development be critical to the national security. One example being artificial intelligence. How will the current force structure or a new force structure be able to capture the talent needed to compete with the national security challenges? And you could also include domestic issues such as the pandemic and the utilization of the Guard and the Reserve to support the medical efforts.
Yeah, I think it's a legitimate question given what we're looking at in the future. But I would suggest that one of the failures that we have is that those most qualified intellectually and academically to serve in those capacities are not necessarily attracted to the military today. National merit scholars and valedictorians in the high school classes have a rich set of options open to them and don't necessarily enlist in the military to be part of a cyber force or part of an intelligence capability. So I think that we have a large pool of people who are not necessarily attracted to the military today, who would be very instrumental in helping to accommodate and respond to those requirements.
From my perspective, as it relates to AI and ML, artificial intelligence, machine learning, the Department of Defense is still trying to figure out its way forward. It needs to put a lot of effort into that. I think we're a little bit behind the curve on that one. Whether that is active or reserve component personnel or civilian personnel, getting a sense of the strategic forward path is their primary goal. As it relates to populating the entire workforce that uses AI and ML, we can get there in due time. But I think having leadership understand its value, understand how to use it in operations is sort of the initial challenge right up front. When it comes to using those skills in emergencies, I think there's a lot of ways that we can look at bringing people into the force. I don't necessarily agree with General H that they're not attracted to military service. If we needed them, and if the nation was in a situation that called for those skills, I think they may well want to serve. Perhaps they don't want to serve along the way. So one of the ideas out there in debate is having a individual ready reserve is sort of the military term of art, but having a cadre of non-prior service folks with critical skills that are on a short list should the nation need them, and they could be called directly into service. So it would be a variant of the reserve component that does not quite exist yet. But I think that's a great way to bring in the talent you need at the time you need it.
Great. Next question. When we refer to apathy and less knowledge of the military, will a new national civics education program fill the gap? And also, would you recommend a civics education by itself or one followed by a year or two or more of service?
I'm intrigued by this idea of civics education, and the problems that we're talking about were not created by the 15-year-old sophomore in high school, nor the 19-year-old freshman in college, but by people who are much beyond that age group. And I wonder, how do you do this civics education for those that really need it, who are the ones that created some of the problems that we're faced with today? My generation created the climate issues. My generation created or contributed to the $26 trillion in debt and the absence of a clear civic responsibility and knowledge. So I think this is a red herring that we throw out there that's very dangerous and seductive.
Well, there's a part of me that wants to agree with that, but I think who could be against civics education for all, particularly if you're looking at the role of disinformation in modern society. I think we do need to improve the level of civics education in America. I'm not sure that completely relates to how we man the military. One of the things when we're looking at universal national service, which is I think one of the points of your question, Colonel Cope, is what it means to serve the country. And as we're exploring this on the National Commission, we looked very closely at the requirements for selective service and how well informed America is about their selective service requirements, and compared that to the oath taken by naturalized citizens. So if you read that oath, you can go Google it. It actually does include the phrase that you need to bear arms for the nation when called, right? And I think the understanding of Americans that they are also asked to do that, currently only young men are asked to do that, but I think all Americans should be asked to do that, is very low. And so we need to talk about that more, and that should be part of our civics education. Do I believe in universal national service? I think it's a great idea and concept, but when it comes to rolling through cohorts of 4 million individuals a year going into service, I think the implementation challenges put it in the no category for me.
I would just echo that and agree fully. I think that this issue of national service is important, but it does the equivalency between military service and the Peace Corps, for instance, is a false equivalency. And when you talk about universal national service, especially as some people either consciously or unconsciously lapse into saying universal mandatory national service, you get into three touchy issues. The first one is, how do you put 4 million people on the government payroll? The second one is, how and by what criterion do we decide who goes to the infantry and who goes to the Peace Corps? And the third one is that it's unconstitutional under the 13th Amendment, which precludes involuntary servitude except for the military. So I would agree that it's touchy and problematical and very unlikely to occur. But it is attractive.
Yes, thank you. Mostly when we think of the military, we refer to hard power, kinetic power. One of the interesting programs in the National Guard is the State Partnership Program. This may be an example of soft power and maybe a more transitional program to attract more recruits. Your thoughts for recruiting more with this program, and also could it be a feeder for other government programs such as USAID and the State Department diplomats?
I think that's a great program. Much of that is sort of at a higher level than where you would find an average recruit coming into the service. I think as it relates to the use of alliances to win wars and how we could improve that success rate for military operations, it is a strong program. I'm not sure if it's a recruiting tool in quite the same way. There are many things that you would want to teach our new recruits as they come into the force. But there's some basic level steps that you would have to do before you try to send them right into that state partnership program. And I think keeping the needs of our population in mind as we're looking at young people in America, and the military recruiting market is ages 17 to 24. What are the challenges they are dealing with? Let's keep the focus on how to meet their needs and inspire them to serve their country. That might inspire them, but I would propose that we could probably do a more focused and targeted effort with greater success.
I think the program has merit, and I just take this opportunity to expand a little bit on it. In my book, the Skin in the Game, Poor Kids and Patriots, I offer an alternative to the all-volunteer force, only as a thought experiment that would have a lottery-based draft, men and women, no exemptions, no deferments, with 3 options. The first one is 2 years in the Guard or Reserve after basic and AIT, and if you are mobilized and deployed 1 time during that period, your military obligation is complete. The second one is to go to the Army, the Marine Corps, ground forces for an active commitment. And the third one is that if you don't want to do either one of those, go to college. We encourage you to go to college, but you'll be required to be an ROTC and gain a commission. And in the event you fail to gain a commission, you revert to option 1 or 2. And this is a little different than our keynote speaker identified. I take issue with, I say amen to the vast majority of what he said, but think that the option to have a draft of only the very wealthy is counterproductive and almost as equally unfair as drafting the socioeconomically disadvantaged. So I just want to throw that out. I think there are huge opportunities for expanded service in the reserve and the National Guard, especially in the ground forces, and opportunities to save a lot of money and personnel costs for the Defense Department as we advance as a country that's already $26 trillion in debt. This is going to be a bigger and bigger issue.
Can I just add one thing to that before you move on? I agree completely that the previous proposals, while a great thought experiment on doing a lottery of only the top 1% of the wealthiest in the nation, is unfair, and as unfair as drafting only poor. It is tough when you look at the lottery systems, like who does serve when not all serve. And if you're fielding just statistically, not that many folks are going to be coming in through this lottery system, and you still intend to have them join in with a volunteer, active, and reserve component, it will create inequities at scale. So I think implementing such a system, while it might sound good, does run into some challenges. And those are not without moral judgments associated with them, right? So how do you select who serves when not all serve? And it might make sense to say that there's no deferments, no exemptions. Then the Department of Defense is now required to handle all issues, problems, and challenges that come up with that, right? And I'm not sure I want to put the Department of Defense in that category. They should be focused exclusively on winning and fighting and winning the nation's wars, and less so trying to solve particular problems of a drafty force that does not want to be there.
I would just suggest that the Department of Defense is involved with it today. I mean, we have standards for enlistment, but I don't know about the year that just closed, but in the 2 previous years, 10 to 12% of those who enlisted in the Army required waivers, and 1.9% were Cat Force recruits. And so the Pentagon is making decisions on personnel qualifications right now, and have been consistently, and have engaged in making personnel decisions and policy decisions. At the height of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, they made personnel and policy decisions with regard to repeat deployments, dwell time, stop loss, use of psychotropic drugs, and other things that change policies. So they make decisions all the time. And I think that giving them the opportunity to make decisions here would have the same effect, good or bad, but I don't know. But they make decisions all the time on personnel qualifications.
At this time, I would offer both of you final comments. We're coming up short on time. So I want to give you the opportunity to mention anything you'd like to relating to these topics.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to even participate in this debate. Again, very happy to be here. As we close, and I do have a sense I might know General Leach's closing comments, because I've heard him several times before, and I think it's wonderful to hear his perspective. It does challenge us to move forward. Do not think that the nation, the Department of Defense, or society can be complacent about the all-volunteer force. And while I strongly support it, there's a lot of work to be done. We have to, work on narrowing the civil-military divide. We have to work on budget issues. We have to work on diversity issues. We have to work on a whole gamut of problems that exist. It's not because the AVF failed. I think we are supposed to be working on those problems because the AVF has succeeded. And I again, strongly support the all-volunteer force today, and strongly dedicate all of our efforts to trying to make it better over time. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, General.
I think a fundamental measure of military success is winning and losing wars. If you look at the history of the all-volunteer force, it's not particularly good. We won the first Gulf War. We lost the second Gulf, the war in Iraq. We lost the war in Afghanistan. We got run out of Mogadishu. When you look at a conscripted military, The conscripted military in our nation's history has only lost one war, Vietnam. Other than that, it's ties and wins. So there's a fundamental argument here, but I would also point out that it's not just the mass mobilization that concerns the All Volunteer Force Forum. That would be a crisis and a monumental issue. But I am deeply concerned that before we get to that point, and I hope we never get to that point, we recognize that we may very well fall into the situation where we just can't, under any circumstances, generate enough people who are not only willing, but also able to serve and meet the minimum criteria in our military, or we just won't be able to afford it. There just won't be enough money to go around when you have a $26 trillion national debt, and the Defense Department makes up half of the discretionary spending of the federal government. So the longer we go on, I think, with the not addressing this issue, the more unlikely it's going to be that under any circumstances we're going to be able to deal with it. And that is a serious national security issue. So with that, I thank you for the opportunity to address you today and look forward to an ongoing national dialogue on this critical issue.
As we close this short debate, I believe that General Leach and Dr. Ruff have demonstrated that we can have a civil dialogue with individuals having some opposing views when we stick with the facts and show courtesy and respect to each other. A healthy democracy with engaged citizens is critical to our nation's success. How long has it been, and how long will it be until we discuss our values, identify our problems, and address ways to solve them for today and our future? I'm honored to be the moderator today, and thank you for joining us. And we look forward to more civil debates, particularly on the future force. Have a meaningful holiday week.
I want to thank you all for tuning in today. And I want to thank in particular the Catholic University of America and the Center for the Study of Statesmanship, and in that vein, Gil Barndollar, the College of William and Mary, celebrating its 325th year, and also the Smith Richardson Foundation for their generous funding of this event. I hope everyone will agree with us here at the table that it's been a productive few hours. That's all we're after at the All Volunteer Force Forum, is to get this debate going, to sustain it, and to keep it going until a resolution, if you will, is discovered. We've heard an opening covering the general pros and cons of the All Volunteer Force and the positive aspects of conscription, including a very bold, modest proposal to draft only the wealthy. We've listened to an exceptional panel of experts talking about several important aspects of the All Volunteer Force: its health, its affordability, its sustainability, its history, the ethical impact of allowing so many Americans to avoid this serious service, the fight, so to speak, and the All Volunteer Force's contribution or not contribution to the growing civil military gap and to the militarization of U.S. foreign policy. Next, we reviewed with another panel the threats that the U.S. can expect that might be termed new in the 21st century, and examined everything from cyber warfare, artificial intelligence, robotics, to a dramatically changing climate, as well as peer powers like China and Russia. Then we heard an intensive debate centered in the proposition that the AVF is not working, it has won very few wars in which it has engaged, and is a national failure. And on the other side, no, it's the force we need and the force we should have, and it might need some changes and some transformation in some areas, but basically it's working.
We'll let each of our listeners and panelists and moderators come to their own conclusions as to where they stand in this important issue. Our purpose at the AVF Forum for these past 6 years is we've had these conferences at Kansas University, William and Mary, Ohio State, Angelo State, and now Catholic University, has always been and will continue to be to start and sustain a national debate. A debate among American people and their leaders in Congress and elsewhere. Do they believe that all is well, and do they believe it's time for a change? We do believe that the AVF must be not only maintained, but improved. Do they believe that national service, in the case of the military, should be the sole purview of barely 1% of the nation's youth? Is that sufficient in a democracy? We'll continue this discussion nationally, and we'll look forward to another sixth or national conference next year in March of 22. Please stay close to the AVF Forum org site, AVF Forum org site, avfforum.org, and look for ongoing writings and position papers on this important issue, and also the next conference that we'll have. Thank you.
In the meantime, we ask all of you to carry on this debate wherever you might be, wherever in America or elsewhere you might be. It just might turn out to be one of the most vital debates of this young century. Thank you again for tuning in.